Hello, everyone. Welcome to our online open day. Great to have you here. My name is Jolien, and I'm the International Coordinator for Digital Arts and Entertainment, and I'm your host for this session, together with Dirk.
Hi, world.
You're joining the session for 3D animation, where we'll take a deep dive into the full curriculum, from rigging and character design to animation principles, 3D modeling and storytelling. Here with me today is Dirk.
Hi, everybody.
He's the coordinator?
I'm the coordinator of a 3D animation production major. And our specialty is, of course, animation. I can already talk about the next slide, if I may. So we're one of the 6 majors. 2 of them are film related. 4 of them are games real-time related. And 3 of them, so if we go to the next slide, are really the graphical oriented majors. That means visual effects, 3D animation and game graphics production. The thing is, we are creating a 3D artist, a technical artist, a generalist, but of course with a certain specialization, which means the major. That means that the VFX major is more like technical profile, no longer 2D animation, no longer 2D drawing or anything. And then ARA is more artistic profile with offline rendering. And then the GGP or game graphics production is more the artistic profile with real-time rendering. And then we have these specific things. I hope you can read those. So that means the technical profile. They are going more into simulations. They go into the Green Key Studio, virtual production studio, let's say. For us, it's all about animation, character animation, rigging, technical animation. That's something new that we are going to enroll for next year. And then the artistic profile, real-time rendering. It is, let's say that they really focus on the Unreal Engine. But we do as well, for a part, yes.
So they will learn technical skills as well.
They do have to learn technical skills indeed, yes they do. Yeah. What is the profile all about? Well, I made this cheat sheet. Voila, this one is better. So, it's a lot of words, but I know them by heart. So we introduce you to the magic of animation. And it's not only from only 3D animation, that would be too narrow as a profile. What do? We learn you 2D, we learn you 3D. Of course, you're the 3D generalist, you know everything about modeling, texturing, skinning, rigging, very important as a technical part then, that you can really create your own character. I mean, really make all the handlers that you can later on animate those characters. And we also do not only 2-peds, so 2-legged persons, but also quadrupeds, animals, because that is really what the industry asks for. That is then in animation 4, but that's for later on. I have a slide for the overview of the curriculum. And then the next thing is also the 2D part, the drawing part. Okay. Because yes, you need to be able to draw. That means as VFX is more in the post-production stage, we are also in the pre-production stage. And together we mix the production. So in pre-production, you need to know about staging. It's about film. You need to know about staging. You need to know about when I use a close-up, a long shot, an over-shoulder, things like that. And then also storyboards, we make storyboards out of it. 2D animatics, we design characters, not only how they look like, but also their backstory, that they become really interesting, that they could be protagonists. Okay. And then we have this technical part, as already mentioned, with rigging. So there's a little bit of programming in Python, 1 semester, but that is the foundation you need for later on to continue with rigging. And that new course, technical animation, but I'll explain that one later.
Dirk, I have a very fast question. Do students need to have like an art background to enroll in animation? Because you mentioned pre-production.
Yes, I suggest yes. It's okay, it's a white sheet, but immediately we go into heavy, we really go into perspective. Yeah. You need to know about 1 point, 2 point, 3 point perspective. If it has been a while since you drew, then it's better that you really say, I would like to do 3D animation. Of course. And then it's better that you're really like, okay, now I'm going to the bookstore and I'm going to buy myself a book of perspective and I'm going to learn it again because it's really important. Yeah. And then another thing that we also implemented, so with this technical course, is the AI thing.
Yeah.
But that's also for later on, because then I can talk about that one during the curriculum stage. Voila. Yes. That's about what's all the things about. Yes, what is it for? So we have a 3D artist, as already said. And it's not, I'm going to also take my glasses for a while. Yes, it's not only modeling and everything, but it's also lighting the scene, the shading, the rendering. The rendering techniques are very, very important because you also need to know these. And we are also going to render in Unreal. We used to test it with group projects. That's what happened in the 5th semester before they leave for their internships. But we start now earlier in the 2nd year already, almost in the 1st semester, that they will get introduction to Unreal, how to export in Unreal, because it's the thing. It's really like rendering takes a lot of time. Is in that case very expensive for companies. And what do? They also go to Unreal. That's what happened with the film Flow, that little kitten all over the world with where everything was flooded. Then the next thing is the next thing is then also the technical artist. No, it's not still the previous one. Sorry, is also the technical artist. So the custom rigging, the facial expressions. So we really see all these muscles. Also in the face, that they can really mimic the right emotion and everything. We work with cloth simulations, no muscle simulations, but also hair simulations. And then with AI, there's a new tool, Motion Maker, Flow Studio, that's all integrated in Maya, and we're going to use it. And then this extra software, Cascadeur.
Okay.
This is brand new, and I've got 2 brilliant colleagues, and I'm going to mention them, Fabio and Odin, and they really dive deep into that, and they say, okay, if that's what you ask, we can do that.
Okay.
And then also the pre-production part, where they can be really part of the pre-production pipeline. And as a matter of fact, it's not only for animations film, it's also for film. You know, Deadpool, that is not a human being. Well, sometimes he is in the film, but sometimes it's a 3D character. We do game animations. I mean, yes, all the animations we do is also for in the game. So it's for film, animation, film, games, but also you have architecture, medical visualization, scientific visualizations, and also theme parks. And Tomorrowland. Plenty of hours work at Tomorrowland as well.
Indeed, big thing.
To make stages in 3D and things, and then later on, they make it real, but they don't, the others do.
Dirk, it's exciting to hear that you are implementing new tools in your curriculum. So there will be a lot of new changes coming in the curriculum,
yes,
to keep it up to date.
Some parts, yes. Once we were a very good marriage with visual effects. Yeah. And then 4 years ago, we really split up, we divorced, and they became more technical and we became more into the graphical. So that means we all kept the characters and things like that. And they became more into the keying, the virtual production setup and things like that. For us, the virtual production studio, there's a mocap as well. And the mocap is linked with that virtual production studio. VFX, So that's why we already start earlier with Unreal thing, because in their 4th semester, then they can really play with it. So that is brand new. So for next year, let's say for the 2nd years, the 3D3, 3D4 courses, they will still be a little bit basically the same, but not entirely. There will be some small changes, but then the next year, so if you enroll now for the 1st year and then you're going to the 2nd year, there will be already a lot of changes. And then also we have to make place for this new course, technical animation.
That's so great to see. You always keep track of the industry, and we try to implement every change immediately to our courses, and it's really nice.
Well, once there was a calculator, then there was a computer. And always the world was so afraid, oh my God, they will take over their jobs. They're like aliens.
The invention of the wheel was also like...
Yes, that was even earlier. But with this one, we were like, okay, AI is there, ChatGPT, everybody's using it.
We should embrace it.
And it was like, hey, It's a new tool, and also it's quite expensive. That's what the industry sees. They do things in AI. They think, okay, this is going to be easy. It takes more time sometimes. The result is not that good. But if you use it as a tool at a certain part in the pipeline, that's what we do now with tech animation. We call it character optimization, character pipeline optimization, because therefore we can win a lot of time with, let's say, the boring jobs. And that's something that a machine can do. But then all the tweaking to make it better and better, then you even need more people to really finish it, and the results will be better. So that's how you cherish AI.
Nice.
Yep. Okay. All right. Yes, some questions. That's also a slide I always make, because this is also the same slides that we have with real life. So the info day in real life, will start at 10 o'clock here. I always get questions in the class, and I already want to counter them. So what do I usually get the question, do they see also 2D animation? No, but the thing is, animation is a craft. It's really the craftsmanship that you follow the 12 principles of animation. You learn to act. First, you analyze movement from sports, from very good actors, extreme actors like Jim Carrey or Buster Keaton in those days, and also sports where they are so lean and everything. And then it's your turn to act. You will have to do first know your body. That's what we do with the body mechanics. And then later on, your face. And don't be afraid of acting. You will not be on a stage on Broadway. No, it's just simple that we have a studio, we lock the doors, and we learn you how to act. And it's like coming back, then we look at your reference, because bad reference is bad animation. So then we say, back to the drawing table. No, we say, back to the studio. Till the moment that your acting is really good. You will see in the second year where they really have the course like Animation 3. That's nothing else but interaction, emotion, dialogues, monologues, even monologues with animals, things like that. Yeah, that's really how they learn to know about acting. And then also what kind of software is used, because that is also usually a question. What do we have? We have Blender for 3D. Then we stick to Maya, because that is really the thing for animation with splines and everything. Then for the 3D, we have indeed Blender Maya. Then we work with Quixel. We render out in Arnold, and of course the Epic Unreal Engine, as already mentioned. We will also work with Substance Painter, ZBrush to sculpt also the models or the props. And then what else do we have? The Adobe Creative Cloud, not the entire bundle, of course, specifically Photoshop, Premiere, After Effects. So you see a little bit of 2D animations, I mean with single layers, but not like 2D animations on a light pad. And the flow and production tracking. The flow production tracking used to be called Shot Grid, and that is really where as they are working in a studio. So you really track how many hours that you worked on it, and it's also for them because they have to make a planning in the third year. That's what those are the soft skills. They really. It's not only that you know all the hard skills, all the software. You need to be a nice guy. Or a nice lady. And
because you are part of a team if you work.
Part of a team. It's nothing but teamwork.
Yeah, so it's always teamwork.
And it's
attitude is very important as an animator.
Yes, indeed. And also with this tracking tool, it's really that you can check out how many hours did I spend to make this rig. Because then later on, if you do a production and a producer asks you how much time you will spend on the rig, then you're like 2 weeks, and then suddenly it's an extreme hard rig and you have to spend 4 weeks on it. That's a big problem for the producer. But if you are like, it's professional attitude. That's the thing that we learn them as well. Yep, that's for my Q&A. And then I have like the curriculum. So in the curriculum, so in the next slide, so I have like 3 things. We have the foundation pre-production. As I said, this is really important. The core foundation, that's the 3D artist, that it can be used at any moment in the pipeline, but for us it's also that pre-production part. And then the pipeline, the tech part, that is really the green part. So if we now go to the next slide, then you see the entire overview. So everything what is now horizontally, then we have semester 1, semester 2, semester 3, semester 4, 5, 6, and then we have some paths. And everything what is blue is really like 3D. Everything what is pink purple, that is really the 2D part with the drawing things, with the drawing courses. And then the green, as you can see, similar green, and then one, as you can see, 3D pipeline 1 is like green blue, because blue is the thing that I'm going to return to it. I'm going to restart. So in 3D, they start with Blender, but with 3D pipeline, we show it also in Maya. That they can model something in Maya, that they can rig something in Maya, and that they can, that's the technical part, and also some compositing in it. So that's where we call it pipeline. And then it continues. So in 3D 3, now it's called 3D pipeline 2. There they will see the lighting, the render elements and everything. And then in 3D pipeline 3, then we dive into the studio. Okay. That's where we put a mocap suit on. We also use it for animation 4. But now it was really stressed into one course. And then we say, what if we have these 3 courses
separate
simultaneously at the same time? So then they can dress up. And they can do, I mean, with dress up, I mean the special suit, you know, that...
The mocap suit.
The mocap suit with those ping pong balls on it, you know. And that's, that's then where they can use this data for animation as well as for 3D pipeline.
That's maybe something we need to highlight, because we have like, it's very hands-on, and we have our own studio with our own mocap facilities. So it's also unique here in Belgium to have a studio like this.
Also the companies. They arrive here. We have our we have our open doors, but we also have our internships. We have our internship fair, the career fair, and then studios come over, and then of course we open the doors, and then they are like,
wow,
"What? You have a VP?" And then they enter. They really get sucked into the studio. Then they see like 24 cameras hanging there with the motion capture. We have the mocap system. Where's the name? It will come back. What's the name of our mocap again? Oh,
I don't. I don't know.
Wait for it.
Never mind. It's not important. I think.
It's not important. No, but we have this 24 cameras. Oh, it's in the morning. That's why I can't find it. And then also, if you look at the orange and the reddish part, that is where they work on their own thing with their portfolio. Yeah. And then with film projects, 1 day a week that we put people together in a team. Everybody with his own specific discipline. Once we divorced with VFX, but that's where we get married again.
In the third year, everyone comes together.
That's where we all come together then. So first in film projects, second semester, second year, 1 day where they see how they try to work together, where we introduce them to this flow production pipeline tool. And then in group projects, that is like 4 days a week. That means 32 hours per student. We put them together, 6 students, and then they create something in 12 weeks. What you already seen in the beginning of this thing, that was Giant of the Steppe, that was basically made in 12 weeks. Well, not entirely, because Marie Gallet...
She started in the summer.
Yes, she started earlier. She even started a year before in November, and we saw this beautiful design of a Mongolian girl and with a yak, and we were like, Marie, could you please keep this in mind as an idea for group project for next year? And then she kept on working for it. And then in 23, she submitted everything for the rookies. And then she won the Rookie of the Year in Concept Artist. She was 21 years old, and she won the Rookie of the Year of Concept Artist, the best concept artist in the world. So that was really cool. That's why I really showed off with this one in the beginning of this session.
But the end result is also like very impressive, because we know animating like animals with fur and then the people, it's very hard like to do it in like 12 weeks. So they pulled off. They really pulled off.
It was really funny. So we always have the grande finale. So in the end, what we do, we always go to the Buddhascope. That's the local cinema here. And then everybody's got to dress up. New York chic, we call it. They get a +1, and then we also invite plenty of supervisors and CEOs from the studios. And then they are sitting there. And I remembered a couple of years ago when we showed Giant of the Steppe in the big room, they were already very well trained on presentation and pitchings. So they did everybody did a great. Every year they do great presentations. But then I was looking in my eye like this to these professionals, and they were looking at Giant of the Steppe, and they say like, they used hair, they used fur, they did water simulations, they
Yeah.
did cloud simulations. How is this possible in 12
Yeah, in
weeks?
12 weeks.
And
yeah.
it really worked, and they were like flabbergasted.
Yeah, of
They
course.
came to us. How do you do that? And I say, I don't know. I don't even
Just
have
hard work and like.
and I don't even have to pay them. So
Yeah,
that's
indeed.
really cool. Anyway, there are plenty of things of that also online. Okay, sometimes we get questions. So if I can get this next slide. So this is, I still introduce this, still put this thing in the slideshow because once we were a group, we were together with VFX, and now a lot has changed. So I highlighted only the courses that are shared. Nevertheless, first semester, second, 1, 2, 3, 4, first 4 semesters are always 5 courses. And as you can see, only 3 of them are the same because the others have very technical things. But that's for later on. That's when Bert will come with his explanation of VFX curriculum. And then in the last year, that's for everyone that they have to do graduation work on their own, a group project. So for the film majors, we make a film project. For the game majors, the other 4, they work together to make a game project. And then the internship, 18 weeks, it's like 4 months.
Yeah.
Then the next question is then, how is it with the GGP? Those are the doubters because we have plenty of courses the same. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4. That one is like diagonal, like in 2 parts with the foundation part and the professional development.
I think, Dirk, we can wait a little bit because the sound is off. Or do I need to change the mic? I will.
Off. So here we go. No, okay, we had a technical issue. Do you hear me now? Can you hear me? So where did the mic went off? Due to technical reasons, we have a hiccup. Does it work now? Yes. We're back online.
The sound is softer,
The sound is softer.
but you hear Dirk, I assume then.
You can hear me? No? Yes, it's work again? Okay, sorry everybody. I don't know where I was. Maybe we can go to, so I already explained that with VFX. A lot has changed. So that is really something that we will no longer will have doubters, but we have them with GGP. So as you can see, 4 are the same, but the most important one, 3D animation, because you choose for the major animation, you will not have that one. So if you doubt, don't. If you decide, now I'm going for that major, go for that major.
Yeah.
But don't do it after 2-3 weeks,
No,
because then you already missed a big part. So that's a slide I always have, because that's a question I usually get in class. What's the difference with GGP? Then I only show this one, and I tell them, don't doubt. But the problem is, sometimes they doubt even more.
Yeah.
But the thing is, with an online, with a live thing, they can go from room to room. But on the other hand, we also have the GGP presentation here in the afternoon, I guess.
in the
Check that one also out to really see that deep dive as well in GGP. Okay. And then, then we can go, okay, where it all comes together. That is in group projects. So if you could go to the next slide. So yes, this is really the thing. As I already mentioned before, group projects, we put them together for 12 weeks. The film that you've seen, Giant of the Steppe, is also made there. I counted them because at the moment we are working on a book, 20 years of DIA.
Yeah.
Yes, we exist 20 years. I don't know what happened in those 20 years. I was there since the beginning. I'm a fossil. I'm a dinosaur. I was there in the beginning. I don't know where these years went. And then year after year, things changed. First, we only did game projects. And then suddenly we made film projects that started in 18, 19. And at the moment, if you really count them, we have 70 productions so far in the farm. And why do we call it the farm? Well, we are in West Flanders. That's where the most farmers are in Belgium. But on the other hand, the tagline is, that's where we breed professionals. So, will I go into detail with the program? Not really. I just show you the overview because you can find everything online.
Yeah.
But the thing is, why I started with Giant of the Steppe, I wanted to give also the floor to these students who made Giant of the Steppe. Because it's not only that they have to make a film, they also have to make a making of.
Yeah.
They have to make a poster. They have to make a really smooth presentation. They have to be proud of what they're doing, so really test them that their presentation is really like, look, this is what we made. And then indeed, with the film, they have to do a making of. And they were the first ones who did it like a documentary. So let's say everything what is in the program is all mixed in group projects. Yeah. And now we will hear everyone's thing in the documentary, let's say the making of they made for Giant of the Steppe.
Maybe I still have like one final closing question for
go
you,
ahead.
Dirk. We still have a little bit time. So how would you describe like the perfect 3D animation student? What skills or attitude is important to enroll here at the
attitude, you're a team player, you're a really nice person. That is one thing for sure. Because and open. I mean, really, but yeah, that's something that we also learn you. That's the clock.
That's the clock.
The egg is ready.
The fish is ready.
You need to know how to draw. Yeah. You need to like animation. 2D animation, 3D rigging. Animation. Well, rigging, that's a technical part that we learn. And that's again, Odin, Fabio, Martin. I don't know how they did it. It's a technical course. And if you hear it during student participation councils, they like this course. It's the most technical one. And they had found a trick to really make this technical so cool. Okay. We still have time for that last film, I hope,
yes,
right?
We just now will jump to the making of video.
And that's where the entire program is in.
And after the video, a student joins us for like the student panel. So just stay tuned, everyone.
This project started in November 2022 as a personal project of mine. The main characters, Asal and Plov, went through many iterations before we got to the final version. So all of the clothing, patterns, garments, they're all based off of real Mongolian culture.
The first thing I created was Asal's face, so that was kind of the standard for the rest of the models. The most crucial part was getting all of the textures to match up, because apart from Rai's compositing magic, they were doing kind of all of the heavy lifting in terms of style.
I thought creating Plov and tackling the rigging would be the most difficult aspect of my work in this project. But we soon found out that we would need a lot more hands on deck for the amount of simulations we needed. What we were aiming for was simulated clothes with fur that matched the style of Plov, and by extension a deeper visual connection of the two characters together.
The hardest part to animate was Plov because of his scale. He's a character, but also the environment. That's something we hadn't seen before, so we had to come up with some things on our own. In the entire environment, there's not a lot of scale reference, so we had to make the movement just right.
I mainly worked on the fur for this project. I simulated long hair dynamically, and for the shorter hair on the face and the legs, I sculpted the guides myself so I could have more control over the flow of the hair without relying on dynamic simulations. The many simulations were heavy to cache, so I had to try optimize as much as possible. For Asal's hair, I used a tube grooming method in XGen and then dynamically simulated multiple guides constrained together to act as separate strands of hair.
To be able to achieve the stylized look within the short turnaround time, we opted for creating the final look in the compositing stage rather than doing it in the shader itself.
Welcome back, everyone. You're joining now one of the most valuable parts, I think, because our students just joined. So we have here Hannelore and Alexander. Very nice that you took the time to be here. Maybe just start to introduce yourself a little bit, and also... Oh, Dirk already...
I am going to leave. I just want to say goodbye, world. And now these two persons will tell everything about the courses, I guess. And now you will see that I haven't lied. Okay. Bye-bye, everybody.
Maybe it's easier if someone also like can sit in the chair. Maybe it's more convenient. Okay. All right. That's cozier, I think. Like, okay, then I have. It's the comfortable seat you have. All right. Yeah.
There
All
we
right.
go.
Okay, so where were we? So maybe just start to introduce yourself and why you chose to study DIE.
Okay, well, my name is Hannelore Kwattaert. I am in my second year of 3D animation at DIE. I personally chose DIE and to study 3D animation because I was very interested in. I'm so sorry. Do you mind if you take your room's microphone for a second?
It's not long enough, I think.
Technical difficulties again. Hold on. Okay, thank you. Again, hello everyone. My name is Hannelore Kwattaert and I'm in my second year of DIE and I'm an animation student, of course. I chose to study animation because I was interested in the pipeline itself, the animation part. It's also a very creative course, in my opinion. We also have like character design, which I was very interested in. I'm a bit less of the technical part, but I still do. I came to love it with just following the course, with the courses.
Okay, and we have here. You can introduce yourself as well.
I'll introduce myself. I'm Alexander Nastasia. This is my doing my second year in DAE. I've been here for a bit now. And I got interested into animation because of video games. I used to really like fighting games, and I was really interested in how they made the animations there. Very often cutscenes and stuff, and I was really wanted to do exactly the same stuff, be in those studios. And ever since I've come here, it's always been now a question of, do I really want to be in the film, or do I want to do it for games? And I've always enjoyed it, though, which is really nice.
It's interesting that you say, I enjoyed playing video games, and you end up in the 3D animation major. What were the most important things that you like choose for animation then, besides of the game graphics production major?
Well, it's because I didn't really want to model or do anything like that GGP made. I literally wanted to animate, and that's it.
Okay, that's really nice. Okay, thank you for the introduction. So maybe we'll start with some questions. Maybe I'll start with you, Hannelore. Yeah. What does a typical day or like week at DIE looks like for you?
Well, for me, I'm an IoT student, so I only have classes currently Monday, Thursday, and Friday.
Okay.
Which I personally chose IoT because then I can work on my personal work as well and just work a bit more so I could create good pieces for a portfolio later on.
Okay.
So I only have classes again Monday, Thursday, and Friday. So during the week, I just work like 5 to 8 hours a day on schoolwork for portfolio.
Besides the classes.
Yeah, besides the classes.
Yeah.
That's basically how my week would look like as a DIE student.
Okay, all right. Yeah, in general, I think if you follow the normal track, you will have 5 classes or courses.
5 or 6, probably.
5 or 6, yeah. So more or less like 20 hours of class per week, I think.
Yeah.
And you choose to like divide it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Okay. And what about you, Alexander? Is that like more or less the same, or?
It is very much so the same, but I only have 2 courses right now of my IoT year, so I have even more time to spread across for free time and for working on portfolio.
I hope also to do other nice things here in Kortrijk. Are you here? Do you like have a dorm here? Do you live here, or you go home because you are both Flemish students?
Yeah. I have a dorm here as well because it's a little bit too far into Belgium where I live. So yeah, dorm life is also very, I really like it. It's a personal opinion, but it's just you can hang out with other students, you can work together. I really love it personally.
Do you join sometimes the study nights here during the... Yeah, we have like our weekly study nights on Thursday.
Yeah, I'm actually part of the study night team.
Ah, okay.
So I'm there with the
didn't
bar
know.
shifts. I'm helping with setting it all up. So
Yeah. Yeah, maybe a lot of students already know it because we already had like general online open days where we like already explained a lot, and study nights were like a major thing we already explained. So nice that you are part of the study night team. So yeah, you are the core of the of our community then. Then maybe a question about the workload, because we know DIE is a lot of hard work. What is your experience about that? How do you manage it? You already explained that you like already split up your years, so you are in an IoT. Do you have maybe any tips as well for students who are prospective students who wants to enroll here? I'll start again with you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in your first year, it's going to be a heavy load since it's not. You have special cases that you can do IoT. Like if you would have problems at home, you can always talk to like a coordinator for that. But in your first year, it's going to be a heavy workload. It's going to go fast. You need to be able to adjust very quickly to really be able to pick up the pace. So also to help each other. So the first year is very heavy, but then in the second year, you can always choose to go IoT, which basically means that you would split your second year into two. So that you would have, for example, in the first semester you would have like 2 courses, and in the second semester you would have 3 courses. And then the year after it would be the same, so that you really split all the courses from the second year into 2 years. You would be studying an extra year, but the workloads would be way less. And also for the first year, really, really plan. It's the most important thing. For me, planning was the way to go. Howest,
can I ask? Did you figure it out on your own, or did you like use like the services we provide for you as for the students?
Howest also provides a planning video that I attended in my first year.
Okay.
And it really helped to understand what I needed to prioritize and still like take care of myself, like still have free time even in my first year, which is difficult, but with good planning, you will be able to get there.
Yeah, I really like what you were saying, Hannelore. It's like important to balance a little bit because, you can. It never ends. I think like you can still keep going because there is another. Maybe if you work harder, the rig is more better, or I don't know. I don't know the courses so in detail, but. Yeah, you should like draw a line for yourself.
Yeah, you are not a machine, so you need to take breaks.
Yeah,
it's very important.
It's nice how you. Okay, thank you. And Alexander, how do you manage everything?
Well, I use Google Calendars, and I just every single Sunday I look back at I look forward to the next 2 weeks and plan ahead. See, okay, this is when I go to the library. This is when I take breaks. Because, I mean, very often with a schedule, you will also have to, reschedule for different things. Say there's a hangout on Friday, there's something planned ahead on Saturday. And so that's also, it's like, it keeps you paying attention. It keeps you on your feet when thinking about your schedule as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can dive a little bit more into the courses. Dirk explained, like high level, the courses that students will follow here. Maybe we can start with the courses that you like the most.
Okay, from the first year?
Yeah, from the first year or second year, you can choose.
Well, for the second year, for me, it was currently 3D free. I really enjoyed like the texturing and like the artistic part of it. Also the nodes and Maya that we learned to work with nodes. It got very interesting results. Like we had to make a disgusting blob, and it was really interesting to see what people made with that. So that's currently my favorite course of what I have done so far.
Okay, yeah, that's really nice. And how about you?
For me, it's a difficult question. I'm thinking about it still. And I gotta say, I think it's Animation 4.
Okay.
I think it's Animation 4
that's
because I really...
second year course, I think.
That's a second year, second semester course. It's all about animating quadrupeds, learning how to study an animal and walk like an animal. And I've been really enjoying that process so much, yeah.
Dirk mentioned in the first part that the program is very hands-on and that you also like use the VP studio. Did you already... used it? Did you already try out some things, or is it like very out of your comfort zone?
Well, I have 3D4 this semester, and then we will use the studio with the mocap suit with the ping pong balls that he mentioned earlier. I heard. But for the other courses, I haven't tried it yet because last year they were also like building it still.
Yeah,
So
indeed.
that's why we only started using it this year for me.
It's fully operating since this academic
Yes,
year.
it
Well,
is.
last academic year was like more like the setup. Indeed.
indeed.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. And then maybe courses that are harder for you, or that you that are harder for you. Do you have like, or do you love them all? That could also be like an answer. But I don't. Yeah. Just.
Usually, it happens that you like some courses less and some more, of course.
Yeah.
For me, it was personally programming, and I know that a lot of people had it for that course. I was less into it. It's only, of course, one semester. I know GGP is more onto the programming. Animation is just one semester to just know the basics. In Python, it wasn't for me.
Yeah,
personally.
I
It's not-
understand.
yeah, it wasn't my favorite course.
Yeah, I understand as an animator. And for you, Alexander?
For me, it was also one of the more less liked ones. It's pre-production 1 and 2. It's a very classic one. It's a lot of drawing, a lot of hand painting, and before DAE, I didn't draw or paint much. So it was very hard to get used to that again and just try to make relatively high quality drawings and paintings and all that when I haven't touched a pencil in like 2 years beforehand.
Okay. Yeah, Dirk mentioned it. Like it's hard. You should like have like a good knowledge of like drawing. Like pre-production is important. So I can understand that for you it was a little bit harder than to keep up with the other students. Okay. I don't know. I didn't checked the chat. We are still on track of time. But if you have any questions for the students, you can also always ask, and then they can answer. So yeah, if you have like a burning question you want to ask to one of our students, it could also be like about student life. Okay. There's a question: what kind of tech supplies we should bring with us before we start school year? Tech supplies. So first of all, you need to bring your own computer. I think we should already highlight that as well. Hannelore, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, usually you get like a list of
Yeah.
what you should should have before you start at DAE, but you will also need a Wacom tablet.
Yeah, very
That's
good
also
one.
a necessity, and of course a computer, mouse, a good laptop.
Yeah.
Those are basically the basics for now.
Yeah, a Wacom, especially for the 3D animation, I think you use it weekly almost, I think.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
use it weekly. Even in the first year, we already started using it for pre-production. Some even animate with a tablet, so I don't know how they do it.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. And I see some other questions. What software was used for the hair, X-Gen or other? I can't answer that question.
It was Maya. It was
Ah, yeah.
Maya.
Okay, indeed, we use Maya. And then what was the hardest to learn about drawing? For Alexander, because I know how to draw a bit, but I'm still a beginner. That's maybe interesting because Dirk highlighted like in the beginning, like you should be able to draw like on a good level. Maybe that's good.
Well, for me, I it's hard to put which one was the hardest thing to do because I also in the second semester you're gonna have to learn how to draw cartoony characters. In the first semester, you learn how to make boxy, mechanical, like vehicles and all of that. But I think the hardest for me, it was pre-production 2, painting environments with Photoshop, using the brushes to get the background, get the rendering done. I think that part specifically is what for me was the hardest. Like.
Okay.
Sketching, super fun, actually. I really enjoyed that time. But then with the painting, I was like, I'm good. I don't want to do this.
Okay, but I think that's also like, okay, if you like or dislike some parts more or less. Okay. Did you, I don't know if we went already specific to it, but did you like prepare before starting to DAE, like the pre-production part, like the drawing? Because you could like go to a bookshop, like Dirk said, and buy a book about drawing and try to like draw.
I did do sketches a month before DAE, just like very small practice. But with the speed at how DAE went, which I didn't realize beforehand, most of it was already surpassed by week 2.
Yeah, maybe that's something I need to highlight because in other countries the similar program takes often 4 years, while in Belgium we are only allowed to bachelors to do it in 3 years. So indeed the learning curve is quite steep here. It's a very the pace is very fast, I would say. I think you both can agree about that. So yeah, okay. I will have a look if there are other questions. Or are we already... We covered already a lot of questions. Okay. Ali is whispering. She's in a technical room. Maybe indeed, yeah. How is life in Kortrijk? Like maybe student life. Do you enjoy the city? How is it for you?
It's definitely a nice city. Like to walk around in the evening as well. When you see the sun going down and you're walking over the bridge, it's so pretty. But when it comes to student life itself, well, at Howest you have a lot of activities you can do. They also the weekly study nights. You also have a lot of the guilds, the Z Guild, for example. And Kortrijk itself, I'm not really the type to go out and party, but I know that there's not that much of activity in Kortrijk, so that's why I think it's very good that Howest organizes all of these things, that we have a lot to do during the week, even if you just want to chill and hang out. There's a lot of options for you. Yeah.
As an international student, you have the weekly study nights here on Thursday evening, or you have the lounge, the student lounge for international students that is open also during the weekend. So yeah, indeed, we try to organize things that every student feels at home, especially the international ones, because they leave their families behind, also their friends. So yeah, indeed. And how is it for you living here in Kortrijk?
Very busy because I am.
Yeah, you're part of the.
I have my own fighting game club. I am part of the Land Beyond, so I'm constantly reorganizing stuff, being okay, on Wednesday evening I have to be there for my club. On Tuesday evening I have to be at this bar for a meeting there, and then on Thursday, it's a lot of fun, a lot of fun, because there's really nice bars here, which is always a great thing, whether you're an alcoholic or not.
I think we could say Belgium prefers to just go to the pub and drink a beer, not party.
No, exactly. It's a more calmer hangout.
More chill hangout vibe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And hell, you don't even need to get a beer. Get a cola, get an iced.
Non-alcoholic beers are also a thing now.
Yeah. So it's a lot of pub culture, basically. There's a lot of really nice ones, specifically Mary's Irish. Really, really nice.
Yeah, that's a nice hub for DIE. I think a lot of students and even teachers hang out there.
You also have the Oasis, which is a international, a lounge for international students where they can go there to study, relax, do whatever they want, and it's open every single day, every single hour. Request for it.
You can enter it with your student badge, I think, as an international student. And it's brand new because it just opened in January, I think.
It got refurbished in we've been using it since
you've been using
October.
it a little bit, but the official opening was in January, I think. But I don't know, for you it didn't make any difference, I think. Okay. All right. We've almost come to the end of the session. I think we have one final questions. Are the teachers full-time professional teachers, or do some teachers split their teaching time and work in the industry? Very good question, and indeed it's a combination. So some of our teachers or lecturers are doing it here full-time, while others work part-time in the industry. I think you know maybe better who is working part-time in the industry. Are you aware of that, of the lecturers who work part-time in the industry and where they work? Or is that a hard question now?
That's a pretty hard question. But I know 80% probably works at a studio or freelance, or they always do something at the side, on the side as well.
Yeah. We have indeed a lot of colleagues who have a side job as well in the industry. Indeed. All right. Okay. And then the final question, we have another question. How much time did you take learning Maya and other softwares, not including Blender? Also, it's hard maybe to put a number on it, I think, but
How much time we spent learning it?
yeah, how much time did you take learning Maya? How was it easy to learn, or
Well, it's a very hands-on project program. So yeah, you get to learn the basics as you go. Like I said, it goes very fast pace. So you should, by the exam time, you should already know like the gist of the program.
okay, all right. I think I have one final question for you. Like, if you could give one advice to prospective international students, what would that be? It can be like very general or very specific.
Huh. As I said before, learn to plan, take a break. It's very important to take care of your mental health. And also build a friend group you can rely on. Friends are really important in DAE because you go under a lot in a short amount of time, and it's very important that you connect with people so you can talk about if you would have any issues.
Yeah, that's really nice advice, Hannelore. I think indeed, like, to build your own small community.
Yeah, your own
So
small
if you have like, if you face like practical issues or like struggling with some courses, you can ask for feedback or whatever. I think that's a very nice advice of you, Hannelore. And you, Alexander, what is your advice for students?
Have fun with your assignments. Like,
Yeah.
genuinely, you're going to be spending super long on these assignments. You're going to be spending months working on the same thing over and over and over again. And the best feeling is to having polished that assignment for a month now, and it's exactly how you imagined it, exactly what you wanted, how you like it. It's satisfying and it's fun, and it gets you to learn even more. It gets you to do extra stuff on top of that.
All right.
And I think that's something a lot of students also kind of miss with
Yep.
their assignments.
Yeah. Okay, also nice advice. Very nice. It's like okay. I think that brings us at the end of this session of 3D animation. Next in line is visual effects, but we will first take a very short break. So I saw already some students who were joining for VFX, but we'll have a short break now, and we'll see you in a bit. Bye bye, and thank you, Annelore.
digital arts and entertainment. If you joined us for the previous session in which we went over the wonderful nature of 3D animation, you might realize that I am not Yolene. I am not your previous host. We are switching in and out all day covering the 6 fantastic majors that we have here at Howest Digital Arts and Entertainment. My name is Ali Weiss. I'm our ethics coordinator here at Howest DIE, and I am super glad to be your host for this session with Bert Steyart, the major coordinator for visual effects. Bert, it's fabulous to have you here. Is your mic on? Yes, it is. I can switch. All right. Let's try that again. Apologies. All right. I see it's working now. So once again, my name is Ali Weiss. I am our host for today, in addition to Yolene, who you saw before with 3D animation. And I'm so honored to be here with Bert Steyart. Thank you for joining, Bert.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Talking about the major of visual effects. So we saw before that we have 2 more film specific majors. One is 3D animation, the other one is visual effects. Dirk Lambrecht, who is the major coordinator of animation, had shared that it was once together, visual effects and animation.
Correct. We've only recently split up as a separate major.
Okay.
Just because our industry is growing a little bit more apart. We have very different tool sets that we work with. So also our education has split in different majors.
Okay, interesting. Well, let's pass it over to you. I'm really curious to hear what the VFX major is all about.
What we are all about.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. Julie, if you can switch to the next slide, maybe. Great. Well, if you're all into diving into the world of digital cinematography to use spectacular VFX in creating unforgettable movie moments, if you've been curious about techniques and workflows used by professional studios behind the scenes, and if you enjoy creative and technical challenges, then you are at the right major, I would say. As a VFX artist, you will play a crucial role in the pre-production, the on-set, and definitely the post-production of every movie. In front of you, you can already see a sneak peek of our course overview. And the curriculum is really built around the 4 core pillars of the things that create your skill set as a VFX artist. So in red, you can see our core pillars. Jolien, if you can hit next, maybe I can give you a signal so that you know when to switch to the pillars. Yes. We'll start off with our first pillar, which is our 3D pillar. This is a shared pillar with the animation major as well. We split off a little bit at the end to focus more on those VFX core 3D skills. But in the beginning, we're a shared pillar where we start off with low polygon modeling. We move into high poly modeling, and then we focus very much on materials, lighting, rendering, big environment scenes, and then in the end, the last semester, we will switch into cutting edge techniques. These things involve virtual production, also a little bit of AI technology, which is very new, and then we also do photogrammetry. Then for our next pillar, yes, there we go.
Very nice transitions.
Thank you.
Very impressed.
I did my best. We're focusing on programming for artists. This is not a regular programming. This is not the boring programming, if you can say it like this. This is really programming for artists. We're learning to build tools that efficiently upgrade our production pipeline, make crazy effects, all based in code. So we're starting off with Programming for Artist 1, where you will learn the basics. We'll grow into Programming for Artist 2, which is a little bit more advanced. And then in Programming for Artist 3, you really have the skill set for creating those super cool production tools. Yes. Then our next pillar, That is the compositing pillar, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, the compositing pillar. I think this is the core of a VFX artist. I think this is also one of our most popular classes.
Absolutely. When I talk
Yes.
to VFX students, compositing is usually their favorite.
Yes, it is all for our VFX students. And we'll start with basic compositing techniques. This is the real fundamentals of how compositing works. Then in compositing 2, you'll dive into a bit more of in-depth image manipulation, advanced compositing skills building on that first compositing 1. Then compositing 3 is all about 3D integration. You will make your CG objects that you've done in 3D3 or other 3D courses, and you will integrate them into real live action scenes. And then compositing 4 is on advanced compositing techniques. Again, AI really finds its place here. We're diving into those amazing new tool sets that we create or that have been created, and we will learn to integrate them into a compositing workflow.
I'm sure we'll dive into it in just a little bit, but I already kind of want to ask about AI in compositing and
think this
AI
is a
in
great
visual
spot.
effects.
Yes.
Because I'm sure that there are some people in the chat that are also wondering and maybe a little bit wary or a little bit afraid of these technologies.
On the
I
contrary, yes.
Okay, so tell us, Bert. I'd love to hear your take on this.
It's a bit of a thing where we struggle with how media is showing is to us, or how it's bringing those new technologies in the media, let's say. While now there's this amazing new set of tools, AI is really a tool set. Sadly, the media is really telling us like, oh, it's a one prompt thing. We'll write one line of text and it creates an entire new movie. We've done some troll research, and that is definitely not how it works. There's way more to these tools than just a one prompt thing. Definitely, if you want to use them in live action movies, in full sequences. And it's actually a super cool technology that now allows us to do a lot more in a shorter time.
For students that are a bit wary, or prospective students that are a bit wary about AI, for example, taking jobs or certain positions within the industry, what would you have to say to that?
The industry is just changing, and it is important for us to adapt. That's also, I think, with DIA, we're very strong in adapting to every new technology that comes into the industry. So we're also currently doing that. Our entire curriculum has changed over the last year towards this year, so we're integrating it in all our courses, especially those last courses, the compositing 4, 3D 4. Those are all about like, how can we now integrate those super cool tools now in our curriculum, and how will you do that in production pipeline? We're also like constantly talking with the industry, and what we're noticing is that the demand for compositing artists is only growing. It's increasing. So it's, for us, it's actually incredibly good news. Only the perception of how media is showing it into the world is sometimes a bit fighting against us, but we're actually seeing positive effects of it.
Okay. Thanks so much for sharing. I can tell that would be a question, maybe during the student panel as well.
Maybe because I'm seeing in the chat that they're saying that the red mic is off.
It's all okay now. Yeah, it's all okay now. No worries, Bert.
Thank you, Jolien.
No worries. All right. We'll head back into the major then.
Yes. So we left up with compositing. We're now going into the core pillar of simulations, which is, I think, it's a close call. Compositing, simulations, both are practically our favorite, or our students' favorite pillars, I would say. In simulations, we start off with applied math and physics. So we're reinforcing those math skills, because math and physics are very needed for those simulations effects. So first semester, first year, you will reinforce those math skills and physics all to grow into those simulations. We start off with second semester procedural asset creation, where you will learn to create big volumes of city scenes or other tools where you can, with use of a few sliders, make entire props, cool ranges of props. This is an amazing course in my opinion. And then we have our first simulation course, which is about the basics of simulations, setting up a few particle simulations, the easy way in.
Yeah.
And then we transition into those super cool advanced simulations.
Okay, very cool. Could I already ask a question maybe, because I can tell that there's a lot of passion here about simulations and also compositing. What has been your favorite course to teach?
It's actually, yes, a good time, because I studied DIA myself. I studied it long before when it was very new. And then I've worked in the industry for around 7 years as a VFX supervisor. So now I'm back here teaching.
Full circle.
Yes, full circle. The curriculum has changed a lot since then. So when I was here as a student, there wasn't much compositing yet because we were very shared with all the different majors. But compositing was definitely one of my favorites. And then we had a little bit of simulation. So I'm happy we now have a full pillar based around those simulations, but a little bit of simulations that I saw during my study period.
Yeah.
That was amazing. That also sparked my interest to go into this industry.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Very nice. We always ask this question to students, but I think it's also important to ask the lecturers as well. What's been your favorite course to give?
Great.
All right. We'll head back into the major. There we go.
Yes. So next to the core pillars, we also have a few supporting courses that fit around those pillars in order to strengthen that skill set as a VFX artist. We start off with Foundation in the first semester, which is all about learning those, maybe Jolien, yes, you can transition into the next one, which are all about like learning basic file formats, basic lighting, like more theoretical things, solidifying your foundation to grow into the next courses. This is also a shared course with a lot of different majors, so you will see a bit of the base from every like digital technology. Then we have Camera and Studio One, where we will teach you everything about cinematography. What is it that makes that image so beautiful? The compositing, the lighting, where it's hitting from, those foundation skills on cinematography.
Is that a new course also, Camera and Studio?
Yes, indeed. This is a very new course. Camera Studio 1 and Camera Studio 2 is actually very specific to our major. And since the split of our major with the animation major, we now have the room to teach this, which I think is amazing.
Yeah, it sounds like there's just more room for kind of like going further in depth with topics.
Yes,
also
indeed.
Simulations, also compositing.
Indeed,
and then now
indeed,
there's
yes.
Camera and Studio as well.
Yes, that's fully correct. And then Camera and Studio 2 is something that I think I really brought into the curriculum with some experience, on-set experience as a VFX supervisor. The course is all about from script to screen. So as a student, you will learn to read that script, analyze it, like this is possible in like on set, they can do this, they can build it, or this is not possible at all. The cost would be just too big, or it's too dangerous to do. So you'll learn to analyze that script, make a breakdown, see how we can create those VFX shots, how you will film it, and then actually go into the VFX production.
Okay, that's really interesting. So you also see a bit of like scaling projects as well.
Definitely, we'll have some super small projects where you do simple cleanup, analyzing like how we can do a woman is walking near a cliff. This is something that you cannot film in real life. It's just too dangerous for the actress. So they will make a harness for safety, and then you have to clean it out. Those are super simple VFX things, but it's in every movie, it's in every series. So we'll have these small things, but then we'll also transition into real big productions, analyzing those, how we will build them, get a bit of a sneak peek into the industry.
Okay, very nice. Hearing these things, you can probably think of shows and certain scenes in which VFX and simulations and even compositing have also been used.
you just maybe
Yes,
didn't know.
indeed, a lot of them. Compositing is sometimes very invisible, which is good. It means that the artist did a great job.
Yep, check, good job.
Yes. This is also a course where we will tie into some of our industry connections. We'll have some VFX supervisors come over, give a talk on how they did certain things, how they approached it, give some examples. I think this is really cool to see, like some practical examples.
Right. I also think it's how DIE a bit sets itself apart from other institutions as well, that there's such a link with the industry. There was also a question from a student in the animation major, so that was right before VFX, about are the teachers, have they also been in the industry, or do they teach and also work like part-time in the industry? For example, you mentioned that you were a VFX supervisor for years before you came back to DIE. And that's also a really interesting, important link with the industry.
Yes, indeed. I think it's very important that like these skills, learning them from people that have actually been in the job, that have experienced those things. I think that's really cool.
Right. And have also seen things change over time and know how to adapt and kind of be flexible with the changing technology.
Yes, there's a big difference between seeing things very theoretical and then how it is like in the books, but then also having experienced them and teaching those. I think that makes a big difference.
For sure.
And then to finish this or that structure, we end with a portfolio class. So the portfolio class is really to help you build your portfolio. As you might already know, the portfolio is a piece that shows what you're capable of. You will graduate with a diploma, but in our line of work, it's really about the things that you're capable of creating, that you know your skill set, that will determine if you land that job or not.
Right.
So in this course, we will focus on how you can create that portfolio, what is important to show in that portfolio. And then there's a few extra things which I will talk about in a bit, but I'll leave it as a sneak peek here.
Okay, sounds great. Great. And the portfolio course, is this something that is specifically related to this major or also in other majors as well?
Previous years, we've given portfolio together with the animation major, but from next year on, we will really split that and we'll have a very specific portfolio for the VFX major. Since there's also a bit of a difference in how you will create your portfolio depending on your major.
Okay, really interesting.
Yes.
We'll keep on going. Okay.
Is the audio? Okay, but do we still have audio? Because else then I'll give a quick.
All right, so I'll pop over and you keep on going and I'll be right back. But Bert is here and he will take good care of you, so hang tight.
Yes, so from the technical room, I've heard that there is a small hiccup with transitioning into the slide presentation. I'll keep talking, but maybe without you having a visual. If I quickly can see where we are at. Let's take a moment. Yes. So last thing I want to talk about is our final year. You might see it in the slides afterwards, but in our final year, the focus is shifted towards entering that industry. We will work in a simulated studio environment. For those that followed the animation major, this is a shared course that we do with the animation major. So we create this fictive environment where we simulate a studio. You will work together in a bigger group, creating a very big project that really shows all of your skill sets. Depending on if you're an animation student or a VFX student, the stuff that you will do in this group project is really based on your skill set.
All right, I am back. We're going to take a very, very short pause moment. Not even going to be a break, but a pause moment. Please stay tuned. If you are a visual effects student, prospective student, and you're interested to hear further from Bert and students coming up, Stay tuned. We will be back in just a second. Just going to fix a technical hiccup. Thank you for your patience.
You go ahead.
All right. We are back. Apologies for that interruption. We are back and ready to hear more about visual effects.
Okay, great. I think we left off with the group project. So group project is really that shared course with the animation and VFX major where we will work together on a big project. The animation students will be responsible for everything that is storytelling, character creation, the rigging process, character animation. While we take the simulation, the live action integration, compositing, all like in our basket.
Yeah, and so with that explanation, you also really well highlighted the differences between the two majors, 3D animation and visual effects.
Indeed.
Because here's the thing, in a group project, film project, you're working together with animation students as a visual effects student. But you're focusing on different topics.
Yes, that is correct. It doesn't have anything to do with the end product. So if we're talking about the differences, we will both work on movies like Finding Nemo, like Toy Story. Maybe those are old movies because I'm getting old.
Nemo.
But it's not because it's an animation movie that we as VFX artists will not work on those movies.
Right.
We will still do compositing on those movies, lighting, etc., simulations. It has more to do with where in the production pipeline that we're working or we're stepping in.
Sure.
Okay. Then next to group project, we have graduation work. Graduation work is a course where you will research new emerging techniques, technology that is very new. So you will write a paper on this and like learn all about it. And then we have internship, which is your gateway into a professional studio. I think this is where DIA also really stands out, the way that we have that connection with the industry and can help our students.
In terms of the internship, so that is the final semester before graduation. Just really quickly, how is that process for visual effects students?
Yes.
Is it difficult to find an internship? Has it changed over the years?
No, I think almost all of our VFX students always find an internship. They're pretty much hunted for, which is amazing. I think we have real good experience with that. There's a few slides in my presentation where I will also tie into the steps that we take into going in that internship. So maybe, Jolien, if you can... I think this one we can skip, also taking time a bit in consideration. This is a slide which we already briefly touched upon, but this is really talking about how we think it's really important that our teachers have that experience from the industry and can teach from the industry.
Sure. Shout out to our VFX team. Shout out if you're watching this and you see your face on here, shout out and thank you for your amazing work.
Hey. And then going to the next slide. Yes, this is a little bit what I was saying with the sneak peek and where we're tying into how we're getting in that industry. So we have our study night. You might have already heard about this in the introduction. I'm pretty sure you talked about this, but
there was actually a student on the panel for animation who is on the study night team.
Great.
So that was really perfect that he talked about. But for those of you maybe who didn't join the animation session, what is the study night?
So every Thursday evening, school stays open till pretty late, where students can just all come together and study at school, work on their assignments at school. This is really an environment where you can learn from your peers, not always having that feedback from the teachers, but also getting feedback and help from your peer students, which I think is amazing. There's an open bar, there's also a lot of community things going on. So if you're not in the mood for really studying after a long day of courses, there's also some other things you can do, which is amazing.
Right.
Yeah, it's really bringing our students together at study night.
Yeah, and there's, I think, the importance of peer feedback really comes out during the study night as well, because from last year, there is now a feedback room specifically dedicated toward peer-to-peer feedback. And of course, you can ask your teachers if they're there for feedback as well. But the importance of study night is community support and peer feedback. And I think that is what so many students say really bring them through the program.
Yes. One other thing why I really added this slide to it is that at the study night, we also try to organize a few industry talks. Sometimes there will be somebody coming over from a certain production or from the industry talking about something. So this is also the moment where you can go and follow that talk and maybe have a bit of an informal conversation with that one person that worked at an amazing studio.
Insert awesome studio name here.
Yes. Then in the next slide, I'm talking about Kriya Week, which is 1 week of extracurricular things. Courses that we're taking. So this goes a little bit broader than what we really do at the VFX major or the other majors. But specifically for the VFX major, this is also about miniature scene filming, practical effects, and how you would approach that. It's 1 week of just letting go of all the standard courses and diving into other stuff that really ties into it.
So just like diving into being creative, not behind the screen necessarily.
Yes, indeed.
I think that's a really a welcome week for students as well to just, and it also helps their work. I think when you enhance your creativity behind or not behind the screen, that also can show in your work at DIE, practicing creativity in a slightly different way.
Indeed. And I have one more slide, which is our portfolio evening. So that ties into the portfolio course that I was talking about. This is an evening organized before you're applying to your internship. We already organize in the second semester, an evening where the industry comes and give feedback on your portfolio. Maybe things that you could change before applying to that studio, things that they really think is important for their studio. So it's a first connection, again, with that industry. Maybe not a first, but it's, again, a connection with the industry that we're giving our students.
And what we also do for the portfolio review evening is we have a separate room for company presentations. So they have 30 minutes to present their company, what kind of profiles they might be looking for. One room is more games focused. Another room is a bit more film focused. So the animation and visual effects majors, of course. Before we jump into the student panel, I'm just curious to know, if you study visual effects, do you have to work in film? Or are there other domains?
No, there's a lot of domains
that
you can explore. We have students working at festivals like Tomorrowland. This is every year. Again, we have a new student that joins the team of Tomorrowland. We have students in the medical industry making visualizations for surgery procedures, etc. Our industry is very broad. We know about the movie industry, and that's what we train you in essence for. But there are so many more industries that tie into it, and also really the research industry. This is something that is very important towards the VFX major, but we're also focused a lot on research, on cool new techniques that emerge. So that is also an industry where a lot of our students go to.
Yeah, that's really interesting to know as well, because I think many people see animation, VFX, they think immediately film. And of course, there are so many things that you can do within that domain, but it's not just limited to that.
No, it goes way beyond architectural visualizations. And again, this ties in very well with AI, because now generative AI is emerging, and you might think that architectural visualizations is not an industry where we will work in anymore.
Right.
But on the contrary, it's not about simple one-line prompts. It's about a whole tool set that really builds those visualizations. With one line of prompting, you cannot tell a tool how it should create that visual. There's more to it. There's a lot more to it, and that's what we also train you in.
Right. Okay. Wonderful.
Okay. Just quickly, if you can give me a time heads up, how we're doing.
Yeah, we have a little bit more time. I would say a couple more minutes, and then we'll head into the
okay,
student
but I
panel.
think that's perfect. That's all I need.
Perfect.
So last slide was about the career fair. Very shortly, this is where we really connect all our industry connections. They come over to our school. They will, like, the school is crammed with studios, and students, they go and have a talk with all those studios, presenting their portfolio. So we had the portfolio review evening. That's a semester before. They get the last feedback on it, and then the students go into the career fair finding that internship.
So that's the last moment during the third year where they're really searching for an internship position.
Yes, indeed. If you haven't already landed an internship, because a lot of students already landed their internship during like previous emailing, in the portfolio course during the holidays in summer. But then there's also that career fair where we welcome a lot of studios in our school.
Super exciting, and a really, really nice opportunity for students as well.
Then I have a slide, because this is a question that very often comes up on how can I prepare for the VFX major? And like, I don't want to put a lot of weight to this. There's not much you should do to prepare for this. What I do want to bring into this is photography. Learning to look at what beautiful imagery is, that can really help you, because we focus on those cinematic elements in there. So if you have some experience with photography, that always like helps in your studies, seeing what beautiful imagery is. And then a second thing is just be curious. A VFX artist, as I said, has a lot to do with technology, new technology, emerging technology, and having that curiosity in you, being curious on how things work. Again, as I begin these slides with how a set works behind the scenes, but also how new tools work. That is just amazing. If you have that, if you come with that energy to our major, then you will land a great study.
All right. Fantastic. A lot of students also ask, but maybe I can ask it during the student panel as well, but just a very quick answer. Comparing 3D animation and visual effects. Students often ask, okay, which one is the more technical one? Because we know 3D animation doesn't have math, for example.
Yes.
How would you respond to that question?
Yeah, we do have math. You need math for simulations. You need a little bit of math for those programming skills. Also, if you're going into research more, then math and physics definitely come in. But it's also not that you need to have studied 6 hours of math in order to start DA. There's like every student will come in with a different background. So we really start every course from the ground up.
Okay. Yeah.
You will learn basic image manipulation from the ground up, photography from the ground up, and also math from the very like basic skills.
Yeah, okay, that's really good to know. I think there was a question from a student before, but we'll get into it during the student panel. Bert, I want to thank you so much for joining and sharing
With
a
pleasure.
bit more about the major. For all of you out there, we will be back in just a little bit with a student panel. We'll hear from a student about his experience in the visual
and then
effects.
we maybe can also tie into a bit of those questions, because I already see some cool questions popping up on.
So we'll
the
tie
chat.
into it. We'll
Yes.
get into it during the student panel. If you see us getting up from our seats, just ignore that. Just pretend like you don't see it. Just a little blip with OBS as we do. But take care, and we'll see you for a panel very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yes, the mic is on, but the video is on, so maybe pause the video for a second. All right, there we go.
Just wanted to introduce this video a little bit to give it some background why we're adding this
Sure.
to it. This is actually all work from our students, our alumni, now working in the industry. So it's a trailer made fully out of projects that they've worked on.
Ah, okay. Wow.
Inside of where students are actually doing now.
Okay, this is the first time that I'm seeing the video also. So I'm very excited. I hope you all are too. All right, awesome. Let's go to the video. Enjoy, everyone.
we were just fangirling a little bit in here about about that video. I think it's incredible.
There's some really cool projects in there.
And over how many years are those alumni projects?
Of course, it's not that you'll enter the industry and immediately work on the biggest shot of Godzilla versus King Kong. So there's, I think it ranges a bit. There are students that are doing these shots after 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cool to say. We have some students that have been longer in the industry working on these projects.
Yeah.
So it ranges, it varies.
All right. Very cool. All right. So we are here with 2 VFX students currently at DIE, and I'm really excited to hear more also about your experience. For anyone watching out there, now is the time to ask questions. So if you have any questions about the experience being a student in visual effects, I'm not a student myself. You two are students, so it's the ideal moment to ask questions. Bert, it's been lovely to have you. Would you like to stay for the student panel as well?
I can stay a little bit longer.
All right.
Awesome.
All right. Well, I would love to hear more about you two. So what is your name? Where are you from originally? And maybe why you chose DIE.
Hello, everybody. My name is Borislav Shopov. I'm from Bulgaria. And I would say that I chose DIE mainly because of the VFX major. I just looked at some literal student projects. I was astonished by them. Me personally, I really want to focus on simulations, and as you saw, I feel like they're super cool. And just making something like that, you yourself get amazed by the skills you have after you start learning this. And I feel like I wanted to get even more into that. Be like an expert in this, and I feel like I saw that on the examples that I watched on the website. So I would say that's mainly one convincing point for me that I chose VFX in DAE.
Okay, hello, my name is Tomáš. I am a second year VFX student from the Czech Republic, and I chose DAE also because of the amazing student works. Another thing that I also really liked about DAE is how honest everyone was about the contents of the courses and how the courses are relevant and how they keep updating all the time. I think that's a really good thing. And so far, I've been very much enjoying my time here. Also, thanks to the wonderful community and the teachers. So, yeah,
I'm happy I stayed to say.
This was not previously scripted. All right, so I'm just curious, and also, Bert, you were a student. Of course, now you're the major coordinator at visual effects, but if you want to chip in any of these questions as well and give your input from also your experience on both sides of the fence, feel free. I'm just curious to know what your typical day is like. I know that's a tough question. It varies a lot, but what your typical day is like studying here at DIE, studying visual effects. What does that look like? And maybe workload wise, how many hours a week?
All right, so for the day, I would say I live nearby the level, which is the main building for VFX. And I come to the university by foot, and for me, I come to class, the teacher shows us a demo, which you're most of the time just amazed by. And then you do it together and you're even more amazed. And I would say, especially for like simulation classes, every 5 minutes you're like, whoa, amazing. And you just, that's the typical day for me in DAE. You're just astonished by the works that you can do yourself.
Yes, indeed. And then you come home and you can apply it to your own projects. And because everything is very project oriented here, you get to take all of that great information that you learn and then apply it with your own creative invention as well. And I think that's really great.
All right. Anything to add, Bert?
No, I was thinking how a regular day would look like.
Right.
Because I think, but correct me if I'm wrong, it varies a bit between first year, second year, and definitely third year. Because that's where you're still heading or heading towards. And yeah, that varies, because in first year you really have those fundamental skills. It's a lot of lab classes, also some theory classes. But then in second year you have some group projects where you're working together a bit more. I think that also changes your day-to-day
Structure a bit, yeah.
And then definitely in third year you're working on that really big group project. So your day-to-day really looks like I'm going to work
right
a full day in that group
setting. Sure. I'm very curious. We've talked about a few different topics during the VFX presentation. Compositing, simulations were among some of the few. And I'm really curious to hear from you both. And also maybe Bert, but to teach. What is your favorite course so far in the visual effects major? And specifically, why? It's okay if you need to think about it. It's a tough question. We have a lot of courses.
I think it's already half answered. No, the simulation.
I would say for me it's definitely simulations, but I also really enjoy compositing. I have some courses that are quite hard and maybe not that enjoyable, but compositing is very, I would say, chill. Maybe because I want to do that also. And
maybe, thank you, Bert. Maybe could you explain actually what compositing is?
Oh yeah. So compositing is the layering of different images and putting them together in such a way to feel that they belong together in one video. So basically creating CGI. I can say like putting Godzilla on a city. You have a video of a city, you have a video that you made of Godzilla, you put them together and you match them so that they feel like they belong together.
Okay, thank you so much.
I think this is really well explained.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, so that's your favorite. Simulations is
very like surprising every day. Compositing is very chill. Yeah. So yeah, those are the main two ones for me personally.
Okay, great. Borislav and Tomáš, what about you?
Well, not to repeat, also simulations, I really like those, but I also really enjoyed the Python courses, the programming. We got to create a lot of great pipeline tools, and for me it's really interesting to think about the entire process of how it comes from a pixel on a camera onto the pixel on your screen, and the entire system behind it. So I really loved developing tools for this as well.
Maybe also if I can mention the workload, because we kind of skipped.
So I think this is really an important one to tie into. Like, how does the workload feel? Because it is a lot.
Yeah. So for the people who don't know, maybe I should mention that DAE was supposed to be a 4-year course, and it had to be crunched into 3 years because of legal reasons, and so that definitely is felt through people. But I would say each semester is different. Maybe the first semester will feel a bit easier now that I look back to it. But even if you cannot manage to take the workload, there is an option to reduce it so that you actually do the course in 4 years. Of course, that's not a necessity. You can try to do it in 3 years, like both of us are doing. If you fail something, you can just retake it. It's not a big pressure. But yeah, just know that probably trying in 3 years might make you feel a bit stressed.
That perfectly segues into actually my next question, because indeed, and probably all of you prospective wonderful students out there, you maybe have heard that it is a quite demanding workload, and it's something that we're very transparent about. So not to scare anyone, but it's just being transparent about the workload. Indeed, there are students who do it in longer than 3 years. It's not possible in the first year to spread your courses out longer, but from the second year on, it technically is possible. I wanted to ask you both, and Bert, you as well, about the importance of study planning and how you have experienced that, any specific tools or resources that you've used, and maybe what you could recommend to prospective students.
Yes, I think study planning is extremely important because the workload is quite vast. I would say I spend probably around 55 hours per week on schoolwork. I think one of my main tools is just Excel, just making a sheet of all of your tasks.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. But you can also use Coda or other planning tools that exist. And what's really nice is that there's also a lot of employees here at DIE and at Howest University who can help you with your study planning and who can support you in these things as well.
Something that I usually talk from my experience and when I was a student is that indeed DIA is a lot of work. I think you're spending a lot of hours on your assignments. It's different than with a lot of other higher educations where you just throughout the year go drinking in a pub and then at the final sprint you just study, do your exams and you make it. That's definitely not going to work in DIA. But the amount of hours you're spending on it, this should be fun. This is also how, like, I had a course back in the days, drawing, which was not my strong suit, it's still not my strong suit. But we would meet up with our class. Everyone would take his turn standing in the middle in a pose. We would have like a beer with it, if I can say that. We're drawing like every 5 minutes. There's a rotation. We're having a chat while we're drawing. This is the work that we do. Mm-hmm. This is how, like, it's a lot of work that we're doing, and we're spending a lot of hours doing this. Mm-hmm. But we're a community, and we're really a group that works together on it. And I think that also makes it different.
Yeah. Could you two speak on the community and also how you've experienced that and working with other students?
Yeah, definitely the community is great. And here I have to mention the study nights. They're a big part of socializing. They help find, specifically for us VFXers, we recently introduced a specific room for VFXers where they can meet. Second years can help first years just find connections. So maybe when we graduate, we can help them find a job later on, which for me is amazing. Even though it's called study night, I usually go just to socialize, don't study much there, but yeah. So yeah, socializing, you can go to the bar together, obviously not a lot, but as the few time that you find to do that, it's amazing.
Yes, I can definitely say that I've learned as much from my peers as I have from the actual study program. I think the worst mistake you could do as a DAE student is not interact with the community, because it's such a strong suit of this school, and it's such a talented community of passionate and hardworking people, but also people who like to share their skills and who like to help out each other, which is really great, I think.
That's very well said.
It really is. It really is. I have one kind of last question, and it's a bit of a retrospective one. And Bert, you can answer this both as a teacher, OC, and also as a former student of DIE. If you could go back in time and give yourself advice, or share something, like share a piece of information before you started the visual effects major. I'm sure maybe the prospective students are wondering, like, what should I keep in mind? What piece of advice would you give yourself, or what would you tell yourself? I know it's a toughie, so you can think on it.
Maybe while you're thinking on it, I'll go ahead, because it's a question that I've got before in panels, so I already know a bit how to answer that. But just say yes to things. If you're curious about doing something, if you want to do something, go like all in on it. Say yes, do it, try it, and maybe fail. But that's the way that you will get to experience all these amazing things and learn from it. Your life is not like set in stone by one decision that you make, but try it, do things, and just experience it, you will learn amazing things.
All right. Thank you so much. So say yes. All right.
I can think of something. Definitely don't stress, like don't overstress yourself over things you might not find possible to do. Or, for example, yeah, something very specific. You see in the first weeks of your semester the final exam. You obviously don't know anything how to do that exam. You still haven't learned anything. So don't stress over the fact that you don't understand anything. You will learn that later on in the weeks. You will very fast, very swiftly, like in a year, I learned 4 programs that I had no idea I would be able to do a year ago. So don't stress over the fact that you might don't know anything. You will learn it fast, and that's, I think, a main thing for that that gives you stress in life. So avoid that. Stress is very bad, So
yeah, I think I already kind of answered this. Just talk to the community and talk to the people and support each other, I think.
Ali, I don't know if I have room for this.
Of
but
course.
I see a question popping up in the chat. Do you have time for your own personal project, and how detailed are they? I think that's a cool question.
Great question.
Because indeed, we have these assignments, we have all these things going on. Your agenda is pretty full with the things that you're learning in the courses. It depends a bit on how you're working. But I think one of the things I already wanna give to possible future students is that even though that we have these pillars, we have these course sets of skills, it might be that you want to specialize in certain things. As you're saying, like, I really like simulations. I'm amazed by these simulations. And maybe a simulation artist is what you want to focus on. It is okay to lack a bit in other courses, or to focus less on those other courses and to really focus on those VFX simulation pillars.
Strategic planning, essentially.
Indeed, it's strategic plan. You're not going to be able to get like a full-on score, the best project in every different course. That is just the way it would not be okay. But that's also where the room for personal projects fits in.
Sure.
Or we also have a portfolio course, as you saw, and that's also where some personal projects fit in.
All right. Thank you so much for joining. Hey, an hour flies by when you're having fun talking about VFX. Bert, Borislav, and Tomáš, thank you so much for joining. Thank you all for joining the session about visual effects. Coming up next, we'll take a very short break, and then we will dive into the major of game development. So hang tight, and we will see you in just a bit. Thank you so much to our VFX team and students, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our online open day. And thanks for joining. This session will be all about game development. So we invited Koen. He is our coordinator for the game development program. So welcome, Koen. How are you? Yeah, you can take a mic. Yeah.
Better to be audible. Yeah, everything is great. It's a busy open day. Physically here at the level, and also interesting to be here at an online event with also many interested students.
Yeah, it's crazy because indeed, like you mentioned, it's like a combination of a physical and an online open day. So a lot of things are going on at the same time.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, Koen. So game development. I think game development, what is game development all about? Because for me, it's like a combination of like a general computer science program or like other IT-related programs. So what is the difference and why should students like join the GD program?
Yes. So the GD study program, game development study program, focuses mainly on C++ as a programming language. So that's a big difference if you compare it to the other majors in DIE. So we have that root of C++ from the beginning of DIE. We're celebrating our 20th year this year.
How long are you already part of?
I was with DIE from the start.
Oh, so another one who's already from the start. Yeah. Dirk was saying that as well. Like I'm here from the start, so I'm actually like a fossil almost. Like
yes. Part of the furniture, as they say in Belgium.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very important to have technical skills in this day and age. There are still technologies out there that are very hard, like DirectX, C++ programming, Vulkan. All those technologies and game engines are not simple to master. So what we try to do in game development is teach the fundamental skills of programming with admittedly one of the hardest programming languages out there. And that is necessary to really be able to get into the higher levels of game development with AA and AAA game studios.
Yeah.
So that's what we're aiming for.
Okay, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I think you are doing a pretty good job because a lot of students, GD students end up like in bigger AAA studios. So yeah, they have a good knowledge here. They learn the right skills then.
Yes, but also you have to say for AAA, we can teach skills. We can tell about attitudes that you need to have, but it's still the students themselves that have to go the extra mile to get into AAA.
Yeah.
To be honest, AAA studios are not going to say, that's a student from Digital Arts and Entertainment. We're going to hire him no matter what. So they're going to look at the skills, the attitude, the portfolio.
Yeah, it's a combination. Actually, the portfolio, but as well the attitude, like working in a team. It's like a major important skill for every major, but especially like GD students, I think. Yeah.
Yes, and of course, if you are heavily into programming, you tend to be a little bit more introverted. So that's not always easy to do. But still, if you want to go into AAA, it's necessary to also develop those interpersonal skills and be able to work with people and still being able to talk to them afterwards in a friendly manner, which is not always easy.
No, indeed, I can imagine. The study program, Koen, can you explain a little bit more what students will learn here, like in first year, second year onwards?
Okay, so as I mentioned before, one of the big principles we have is that we don't start out with game engines. Game engines are a little bit of a trap. They make lots of things easy to program, but they kind of inhibit the real growth of learning how to program within C++, learning algorithms, writing things yourself, writing things from scratch, writing things in a simpler environment. And only after that, first year of development, then we go into Unity and Unreal as examples of, okay, this is also the way to program games. But the basics are really important in this day and age of course, the elephant in the room is artificial intelligence.
Yeah, but is it the elephant in the room, or is it something you also embrace as a major?
Well, we are careful with artificial intelligence because you hear many reports of people in the industry that say, yeah, I've been vibe coding or agent coding for half a year and I'm burnt out of that artificial intelligence thing. And if they go back to programming, it's really, again, an adjustment. They lost some skills during that period. So it's a dangerous thing. And if you're still learning, it's double dangerous. So you need to be careful with, definitely in the first year, you have to create muscle memory of programming. It's like if you would have like a car that drives you from A to B, well, you're not a marathon runner.
No.
Right? You also crossed 42 kilometers, but I mean, running is perhaps not your thing. And we're all about running. We're all about programming and doing things yourself and figuring things out. And the industry, game industry, also IT industry, still needs problem solvers to solve the gameplay problems, solve the engine problems, solve the rendering problems. There will always be problems, and games are always going to be bigger and bigger. There will always be room for game development.
Yeah, of course. Can I recap that you embrace AI a little bit, but first you need to be in full control of the process before you do add something. But you need to understand the coding languages. You need to fully understand everything before you can add that on top of it. Or is that...
Yes, and you need to have an overview of everything that exists.
Yeah.
Because otherwise the AI is going to suggest you to do something. If you don't know what that thing is,
you should be in control, actually. Yeah.
You're just going to say, okay. And then you get code, and then you cannot read the code. So basically, you're flying blind at that point.
Okay, makes sense. Thanks, Koen. All right. I don't know if okay. If we are now in the second semester courses. Do we need to? Okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So let's go on further. So Programming 2 is an old arcade game. So it's a very fun project to do for students. So it's about picking an older game that could be Mario, Double Dragon, Castlevania.
Retro games.
Retro games, yes. Old-timey, whiny games. And Cuphead is like an indie game. And that's important also because you look at the game, you see that it's possible because somebody else did it before. You can look at the gameplay of that game. You don't have to worry about your own game design. You know that this game is fun to play, otherwise you would not have chosen it. And that makes it a good exercise to learn how to program. These are things that were done with small teams in the past. If you think about Prince of Persia, there was one person that made the 1980s game of Prince of Persia, not the 3D version, obviously. But this is very cool to do, and students really like it and are also proud of creating one level. We limit it to one level of the game because otherwise the workload would again rise too much. But they do love to make such a retro game and show it off in their portfolio.
All right, really nice. Ali, can you click one further that we have the examples of the retro game? Okay, thank you. Okay, all right. I think we can proceed to the second slide or to the next slide. Yes, perfect.
Okay. Of course, this slide is a bit about what differentiates us from other majors is the big emphasis on C++. Of course, we also have math and physics. That goes a bit with the territory of creating a game that's mainly vector mod. But of course, you do need art skills. We teach some 3D skills, a little bit of 2D skills, and of course also career skills, as I mentioned at the start.
Soft skills are important.
Yes.
Yeah.
Working in a team, you're going to get feedback from other people. You have to accept that feedback and not get mad because somebody told you that your thing was not as good as you thought it was. And also be able to give other people feedback. And you don't say to other people, your code sucks. You say to other people, I would have done this a bit differently. So you need to learn that other people come with other ideas and other implementations, and that's not necessarily bad, it's just different. And it could lead to a different game, but it's important to be able to word that well.
All right, okay. So it's a nice combination in the first year. Of course, like the main courses are coding related, but it's nice to see that you also have like a combination of art as well, because that's important. You also need to be able to like make like basic art visuals for a game. And then indeed the career skills, working in a group, indeed is important. All right, okay. We'll head one further.
Yeah.
And then we have the second year already.
Yes, and the second year is also heavily focused on programming, of course. You see a typical scene that is used in graphics programming. That's the Sponza scene. So everybody that wants to do graphics programming is like using this scene to show, hey, I made something that works and that looks nice. And that makes it easy for other people to compare it. Software engineering is more about, if you create a big game, you need to split up the game into separate modules, and you need to make sure that every day you have an executable that can be played by people that visit, maybe investors, maybe journalists. You need to be able to give them the latest version. Or if the latest version is broken, you need to be able to go back a little bit give them the last version that works. That's what software engineering is about. So that semester is really heavy on programming stuff. Programming, you see programming 3. C++ is a big language. It's impossible to teach everything in those 3 years. But we need to teach enough so that students can later learn stuff by themselves. That's the only way to do it, because I think for a complete overview of C++, it would probably take a lifetime.
Wow, okay, a lifetime, Koen. Okay.
There are many, so we go to conferences a lot. So my colleague Tom Tesh spoke at CPPCon, and he's now at GDC. So, and we talk to a lot of people, and they even experts in the C++ community say, I don't know everything about C++.
Of course.
And you can always get blindsided by a question about C++ that you think, I don't know that. So you need to study hard to master C++.
And do you think it's important that students already know some programming before enrolling to DIA, or what is your advice about that?
I think at the very least, you should try a programming language. It doesn't matter which one. You could try Python, as long as it's a text-based programming language, not a visual language-based, scripting-based language. Something like Python or C# or Java, doesn't matter. But at the very least, you should try that to see if you
love it and enjoy it.
Yes, because that's a big thing. If you come here and you say, that programming I don't really like. That would be a shame. So do that beforehand, and students or interested students should go to the first moment that something doesn't work, because then you will see if you will have frustration.
Of course,
it will be a small thing. I can assure you that you forgot a semicolon somewhere, or you mistyped. You typed capital B and it should have been small b, small caps. And you get that moment of frustration, you don't find a solution, and that's the make or break. If you do find a solution, if you
It's
can,
like a hallelujah moment.
yeah, it's an aha moment. Like
Yeah.
you bite through the frustration and you say, okay, I found it. I learned something. I can now continue with more programming.
But you learn as well by your mistakes. I think you learn more by mistakes than if everything runs smoothly, you don't learn that much. So
Yes.
you need that frustration
Yes.
moment, I think.
Yes, and I see a lot of people trying to learn programming and they follow tutorials.
Okay.
That can also be a trap because tutorial is like a small mini universum and all the difficulties have been smoothed out. So a lot of people that follow tutorials at the end have lots of tutorial code that works, but didn't gain understanding because they didn't encounter problems.
Yeah,
And indeed, like you say, it's only by having problems, having something that crashes, having something that doesn't compile, and finding the solution, that's the only way to grow as a programmer. But main thing is you should not try to learn the entire thing of C++ before, but just have an idea, okay, this is something that I love to do. I love to find solutions to problems, maybe problems that I created myself, but still...
if you can fix those, that's already like a big step, I think. Maybe something to highlight, we have on our website, Digital Arts and Entertainment, also the Vault.
Yes.
Maybe there are some courses also available that could prepare students, GD students as well.
Yes, Tom Tesh has a video on that Vault.
Indeed,
probably we should add some more now that we give more talks in international conferences. Perhaps we should also build up our Vault system a bit more. The Vault system was also, we don't like to talk about it, during the Corona crisis, where lots of things were like, okay, what can we do to help students? But it would be a good way to perhaps also have like an introductory programming session, like, okay, how do you start? How do you start with Python, for example? Or how do you start with C# and C?
Maybe that's something we can organize in the future, Koen.
Yes, that would be nice.
We are already planning new ideas. Okay, back to the program. So semester 3 and then we have semester 4 in the second year.
Yes. Again, lots of programming. The interesting thing not mentioned here is the game projects, which is for most students the first time that they have a group project. So it's typically a couch co-op game. So it's a game that you play with friends on one TV, for example, 2, 3 or 4 players. And this is really the first time that students have a tight production.
It's also a combination of different majors, I think, in that course. So you will make a small game with students from GGP, IGP, sound, I assume, as well, or are they also included? So it's really nice to already work together.
I think the networking that you also do in those courses is really important for later on. It's also a good test for us to see if our study programs are coherent.
Indeed.
Bring people from different majors together. Can they make a game together? Does that work? And it's also a very managed environment. It's not like, do whatever. It has a tight production schedule with prototyping, 2 sprints, a polish phase. So students also learn how a real studio would approach things. It's of course a simulation. You can never
of course
simulate a studio with 500,000 people. That's impossible. But still it gives an idea of what can happen during a production, where it can go wrong, where the egos can get in the way of a production. So that's really important to experience during the study program.
Indeed. Right.
We have programming 4 is again making your own game engine. Gameplay programming is of course important for a game, that there's gameplay. And tool live is also something in the game industry where you create small tools to help the production along. So those are not things that go into the game itself, but that help with the development of the game.
All right. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we're already at the last year.
Yeah, but that's a very special one, the last
Yes,
year.
yes.
So an exciting year, I think, because the combination of the internship and the graduation and group project.
Yes, it's also a tough year, specifically. Yeah, you have the group project is a bit bigger.
Yeah,
it's also more free. It's like, okay, you're in the final year, you have learned things, hopefully, and students can propose their own
idea. Yeah,
and that can be dangerous because at that point there's still a lot of optimism that you
every
can
year
create World of Warcraft in a semester or another big game, or we're going to make GTA 7 with 12 people in one semester. So I mean, there is still feedback on the ID, and we still do some curation on the IDs that students have and guide them to get to a final product, of course. Right? So we have Voice of the Ocean, for example. We also try to help students to release it on Steam, for example. So that's like a way to also create exposure for students. So
I think it's very impressive to see the end result of all the students' works at the end of a semester. I think maybe we can highlight, like last year we won Belgium the student category at the Belgium Game Awards, where a student group won Best Student Game of the Year, it was, I think. So yeah, that's really impressive to see that, like, the students are only working on it for like 12 weeks, and then they win a prize at the official Belgium Game Awards. So that's really exciting.
And I think here it's important that the scoping is an important term in game development, where you scope the game, where you have a clear idea what is going to be in the game, what is manageable in the game. So one of the students of What the Hack is the game that won the Belgium Game Awards, Julian Reken, is, for example, very good at planning, time management. So it was not a huge surprise to me that game was the best of the group projects. And of course, it was then very satisfying that game also won the Belgium Game Awards. And Julian is a game development student, of course.
Of course. Yeah. All right, okay. I think there are some interesting questions already that students ask in the chat. Someone asked, like, Ali is going to, can DIA skills translate into UG creation for Web 3 gaming platforms like the Sandbox or other side? I think I need glasses. It's too far for me.
I think, it's like, this is different platforms to release the game on. It's not a main focus of us. It's typically more like, okay, different game engines have different exporting capabilities and make it easier to release it on the web or on mobile platforms, for example. I would say that's more like an artifact of, at the end of the production. Of course, you should take that into consideration when you start production. Like, okay, we're also going to release it on the web in a browser, or WebAssembly is also a possibility. For example, it's not a main focus point of the study program.
All right.
We're looking into having more time to teach stuff, but it's already pretty tight. So we have 3 years, so we have to pick and choose. We cannot do everything. Again, scoping.
Scoping,
get where
important.
Get where we want to go.
All right, okay. And then another question, would I be able to get a job in fields like software development or mobile app development with a game development degree? I think it's a very good question.
Yes, I think we're one of the majors due to the focus on C++.
That's more transferable to...
Yes, we have a broad set of skills, like in the movie Taken, right? That we acquired over the years. But yeah, it's C++ programming. People in the industry, in the wider IT industry, know someone that can teach that can learn and program in C++ will quickly adapt to other programming languages, because it's well known that this is one of the hardest languages.
Yeah.
You have an academic language called Haskell that is more difficult even than C++, but I mean that's more used in universities and not in the wider IT sector.
Okay.
So yeah, that's clearly a possibility.
And then we have another question: what is the employment rate for GD graduates? Yeah, sorry, you need to drink something before you can answer. That is totally okay,
Yeah,
Koen.
I have a bit of a cough going on. Okay, it's also at the most difficult question. So yeah, the game industry is not in a good shape right now.
No, indeed, yeah, it's facing a hard time. You should drink something a little bit more, I think. Indeed, like you mentioned, Koen, right now the state of the industry is not that great. But yeah,
we see a lot of students. Oh, it's not going to end well. The question is giving me stress.
Koen is too engaged with the students. No.
Yeah, it's a difficult problem right now. So we hope that it will pick up again. So I'm getting emotional.
It was just I wanted to say
but yeah, I mean it's always cycles. So
yeah. Everything comes and goes.
Yes,
I think
will pick up again.
Hopefully the worst is already behind us.
Yes,
I don't think we have very concrete numbers of the last year graduates. It's hard to say, but I think GD,
in general, we have 10% that doesn't have a job.
Okay, right now, okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But it could be better.
Yeah.
It could be a lot better. So that's a major concern, and I want to also be honest about it. It's right now, it's not good.
No,
right?
indeed. It should be. We need to be honest as well.
We don't want to paint a rose-colored glass picture of things right now. It's like the game industry is not doing well, but yeah, I have hope that it's going to pick up again, and that you see, for example, Steam has released figures that more studios earned more than $100,000 for their game. So there are signs that, okay, things are going to level out again. But I feel for the students that graduate now in game development, also in the wider IT industry, it's also not great.
But it's in general, actually, especially like young graduates are having a hard time to find a job. It's not specifically in games, but yeah, like you mentioned, Koen, the gaming industry is also very big, so it comes in waves, I think, unfortunately. Okay. All right. I think the timer said we are running out of time a little bit. We will have a very short break now, and after the break, some students will join for the student panel. So we see you in a bit. Thank you already for joining, and if you have questions, you can already ask them in the chat, and we will be right back. Thank you. All right, all right. I think the most excited part of the session will start, the student panel. We've invited 2 students who are currently studying GD right now. Maybe we can start again with the question like, just introduce yourself a little bit and why you chose to study here at DIE in the first place. Maybe I'll start with you, Damien.
Thank you. So, hi everyone, it's so good to see you. Or, well, I actually can't see you, but I can read your messages. I'm Damian. I'm second-year student of game development from Poland. And the question is why I decided to study here. Well, for me, question was pretty simple. I was doing IT technical high school, and I already tried some part of programming. I was doing web development. I was doing some hardware stuff, and I found out that the game development is what I would like to do the most. That's what I'm enjoying. That's my passion. And then I start research. I was looking for schools in my country, but we don't have many.
No,
and then
indeed.
I found DIE that it's very rare between colleges that when I came on the website, I was able to see the project of student and what actually we're doing here and what students were doing here.
And you were excited.
Yes, I saw the project. I was very excited.
Okay.
And I decided that's good place for me.
Okay, very nice. Okay. Thank you, Damien. And I will ask the same question to Emma.
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm a first-year GD student from Belgium. I chose to do GD because I always wanted to do some programming stuff. I found it quite interesting because my dad is a programmer. But I studied, how is it called? Graphic design in high school, so I wanted to stay a little bit creative, and I like to think creatively, so that's why I went this route after looking at different schools and general IT courses. Yeah.
Thank you, Emma, for your answer. It's really nice to hear your feedback as well. Damien, you already mentioned that you looked for other schools as well. What for you made DIE stand out with different schools? Was it the community? Was it, you mentioned already, like the student output? Was it a combination? How did you make that very important decision?
Well, of course, it was a combination. But for me, the first priority was that I want to find the school that gives me like actual practical knowledge where I can find a job after school. That was my goal. So that was the first thing. I checked that DIE students are winning awards. I checked the project. I found that it's like quality of project is good from what I can see. And that was the first thing. And then when I came here, I realized that we've got actually great community, that we've got study night every week with different events, different activities, that it's not the rat race here. We're actually helping each other in school. So that's very important thing because I'm not stressing about being worse than my colleagues, but I can actually ask for help if I need it.
Yeah, that's really nice that you mentioned it, and a lot of students already in other panels mentioned it, is that it's a very nice inclusive environment here, and that students help each other instead of like competing with each other. And it's really nice that you highlight that. It's, I think, important as well for the students who are joining. Okay, Emma, I will ask the same question to you. I will hand over my mic.
I actually stumbled upon DIE accidentally because I was looking at a different course here at Howest, and then I saw the brochure and I was like, okay, I'll just take a look, and I fell in love actually with everything here, the people, the information we got, and yeah, I'm really happy that I decided to go this route. Yeah.
Me as well. Okay, we'll head to another question. Maybe interesting for students who are watching. What does a typical day look like for you as a DIE student? In order, it could be classes, but also how many hours do you spend on working on assignments after class hours? Maybe you attend some activities here in Howest or other things outside of Howest. You're laughing. You can start, Damien.
Yes, I'm laughing because that's actually very interesting thing. I'm not gonna lie, the workload is big.
Yeah.
I think course itself, it's not hard because knowledge is hard. It's just a lot of workload. So most of the time, depend of the schedule, we're not spending that much time at school because it's, I can say on average 4 hours per day, maybe 6 sometimes, which is not that bad. But to do everything on full course, if you're not doing IoT, so for those who don't know what IoT is, we have the option to divide our year. So instead of 3 years program, we were doing a 4-year track. But if you're not doing this, workload is actually pretty high. So we're going back. Then we need to start doing our assignments to like actually follow everything. I'm finding some time at the evening to, rest. I'm going to gym.
Okay.
So it's not that bad. I'm also working, but it's just the part-time job. So
you're also working. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay. You have a lot of things going on then. Yeah.
Yes, but that's what I like. That's why I'm in game industry,
Mhm.
right? I like chaos. I like doing something. I don't like procrastinating and sitting in my room.
Okay, that's good. You've already mentioned it a little bit, but I think like a good planning is very important here. Like you mentioned, the workload is kind of heavy, but of course, like you need to take care of your mental health as well. So the planning is important when you study here at the DIE. I think in every program it's important, but especially here because you have so much things going on, a lot of assignments, and you should have some fun as well, I think. Okay, I'll head over to Emma. I'm curious how your day looks like because you're a first year student.
So I have classes a bit longer. Most of the times I have class from like 8:30 to 5, 6. So it's long days and it's a lot. But when you stay on track with your material at home, it's doable. I also didn't have a background in this and it's okay, but it's a lot and you do have to put in the work yourself because the work won't do it for you. The community is really nice. It helps a lot. Like if you can do something, people do help if you have questions. So even if you like struggle a bit mentally, I had that last semester, the people really support you and help you. So it's really amazing. After school, I do have quite a few hours that I have to put into studying, working on my assignments, but it's worth it because it pays off. The work really pays off. So.
Thank you, Emma. Maybe we'll dive a little bit more into like the courses. Is there like one course you really like that you want to highlight, and maybe also a course that for you is like harder or you don't like a little bit less? Damien, do you have like preferences?
Yes, of course I do. Actually, for me, it's the same thing because the hardest courses are most of the time the courses that I like the most because I'm taking the most knowledge from them.
Okay.
What I think is the most interesting are the courses in 4th semester, so the one I'm doing right now. We've got a game project, the course that Koen was talking about, so it simulates the game industry where we were in team creating a game, which is great experience because I'm working not only with other GDs, but I've got a sound student, I've got 2 great graphic colleagues, I've got 1 student from independent game production, and we're actually doing something together. This is a great course.
It's nice. It comes together. You're already like forming like a small company actually.
Yes.
Like everyone is responsible for some tasks, and you already assign tasks, and you need to cooperate together. So yeah.
Yes, and if we've got also great reward because that's the small competition inside the game course. At the end, the game that teachers found like the best. I mean, we as students we can also vote. But most of the time, students and teacher are voting kind of the same projects,
Okay.
will be published on Steam if we
Oh,
want.
okay,
So that's
okay.
for us.
Oh,
It's
that's
like the
nice.
nice motivation that if we work hard enough, we
Yeah.
will have this
Yeah.
opportunity,
Yeah.
and also then we can continue working on this game
Yeah.
in the group project next semester.
Oh, okay. Yeah, indeed. Okay, I
Yeah,
didn't
so
know
that's-
that. Oh,
that's nice. And if I can say something more about 2 other courses,
Mhm.
I love Programming 4 course because this is the course where every week on stuff we're doing, we're receiving personal feedback. So we
Okay.
know this you did wrong, this part you can improve, this is
Okay.
good. And we've got Algorithm 2 course, which is the course about programming entities in game and behaviors of them. This is also amazing. This is like, for me, it was entire new world, and I'm enjoying every single lesson. I'm sitting there like a child. I'm just waiting. Oh, show me something new. It's giving so much to games because like NPCs or entities, this is what makes game alive, right? In most
Yeah.
of the game we have them. So
Okay.
we can interact with the environment, and that's very cool.
okay. Thank you for your answer. Emma, what about you?
I love the programming things because they were hard, but you, like he said, you learn so much there. Yeah, and also the game foundation thingies, I think it was called. Yeah, because we had. Yeah, something like that. Because you had like history of about games and the industry and all those stuff, and I really enjoyed that because it was so much information, and you learned a lot about what happened, why certain things are the way they are, and that I found like really, really interesting. I struggle a bit with the math, but I do still love doing the math. So it's hard for me because I didn't have many hours in high school, but it's still really interesting and really fun to learn everything that you do here.
Steal your mic a little bit because I want to continue the question. You mentioned the math for entering in GD. Math knowledge is indeed like important. How many hours of math did you had in high school?
I only had 3 hours, but I also missed a year of math because I didn't do my 5th year. I went from 4 to 6, so a lot of things that we had to learn there I didn't see really well. I saw it on my own, so that doesn't really help me, but it's still doable and I'm still doing it. So you have to put in the work yourself.
Yeah,
If you do it, it's doable.
It's nice to hear that you only had 3 hours of math
Yeah.
because we give advice for prospective students who wants to study GD that like they need to have like 4 hours of math per week as a good solid foundation. But it's nice to see that you pull it off.
Yeah.
And Damien, what about you? I think you had more hours of math because of the program you followed in Poland. I will give the mic back.
Yes, I had, depends of the year, but it was on average 5 hours of math. But if I can add something about math here.
Of course, you can add everything you want. It's your panel.
What I found really great here is that we're doing math with like actual math that is used in games. So when we have, I don't know, trigonometric function and we've got sinus, it's not like we're doing this just on paper and that's everything. We're doing softwares, we're doing this on our laptops, and then we can simulate, I don't know, with sinus, moving of platforms or stuff like this. And actually, especially in first semester, I think Emma can agree or not, but it was going on the same track with programming course, and sometimes the stuff we were doing on programming were covered with the stuff we were doing on math. And it was really helpful to understand math because it was not just the theory on paper.
Okay, really nice. Okay, thank you. I had another question in my mind. So you already mentioned like we have a very nice community here with the students. Maybe I want to highlight the lecturers, the teachers as well. Are they very approachable? How do you experience that? I know some of them join sometimes as well for study nights to give you to review assignments as well. What's your perspective? I want to hear your opinion or view about it.
No, I agree. Teachers are great. They are very, very helpful. They are treating us like actual human beings. We're also not using Sir, Madam, at least on GD. I don't know any teacher they, especially on first classes, are saying, use our names. We're not like to punish you here. We want to teach you something. Indeed, they are joining study nights. They are taking part in different activities. Because we're adults, so I think it's not illegal that I will say it. Sometimes we can even drink beer with one of our teacher, which
but
at
that's
the beginning
I think
for
an
me was
important.
amazing.
Yeah. But that's part of the Belgian culture. If I think maybe some students in the chat will think, "What the hell, beers, drinking in school?" But yeah, it's somehow part of our culture. Just know that we also have like a lot of non-alcoholic drinks here at the campus and non-alcoholic beers.
Yeah, that's why I'm actually not
but
drinking
indeed,
alcohol.
yeah,
So I join
yeah.
always with non-alcoholic alternatives.
Yeah. But indeed, teachers join sometimes and they drink a beer, and it's a nice just
very
friendly
nice
setting.
Icebreaker,
Yeah.
because at the beginning of the school year, when I moved to Belgium, I started studying. I was just stressed. They say, okay, you can use our names, but I was just a little bit suspicious about this.
Is it a trap?
Yes, why they are so nice. And then I came to study night and they said, oh, hey, Damian, join us. We have the table. I looked at them, okay. And we start talking sometimes about programming stuff, sometimes just about life. So it's very nice.
Okay, that's nice. Emma, maybe I have a very specific question for you. GD, I think depending on the major, we have like the rates of female, male developers. How do you experience that? Because I think you're in the minority. Yeah.
Really big minority.
Yeah. Maybe I just want to highlight it a little bit, if that's okay for you.
In my class, I am in the Dutch class, so we're also a few less students than the English classes. But we're two girls in my class, me and a friend of mine. But it's okay. There's a lot of different people, and everything is everyone is like a group, which is quite. I didn't expect that to happen. I thought everyone will be quite introverted. But we got lucky, and a lot of people like talking and pulling along different other students that are a lot more introverted. So everyone is really nice. And at first, I found it really difficult because you want your girlfriends there with you, but it's okay. There are a lot of girls here in GD, a lot less. It's okay. You really don't notice it that much.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah. And you have the study nights, and you can maybe meet other female students.
Also on the intro courses there.
Yeah.
The step-in courses, things you can take. There's also a lot of people you can meet there.
Yeah.
Up front. So.
Yeah. There's a lot of activities where you also meet people from other majors, and sometimes you also you have classes with other majors as well. For GD, I don't think you don't have.
We had career skills and math, I think, at the beginning. Now math is only GD.
Okay.
The second semester, and career skills is not here anymore. The second semester, it's only the first. But yeah, you have some classes, and also the game fundamentals thingy that I was talking about.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Okay, we've almost come to the end of the session. Maybe I want to close the session with one question to you. Is what is the one thing of advice you could give to prospective students or students who are starting here this September? What would that be? If you had one thing you would have known beforehand, what would that be?
Start working hard from the beginning, because workload is growing. So at the beginning, it's not that bad. You can still follow everything, but that's the trap. If you follow everything and you're doing what teacher asks you, you're asking for feedback, working on your exercises from week to week, it's going to be okay. And also, if it's possible, it's always good to have some extra knowledge. So we're mostly programming with C#, with C++.
But,
if it's C# or Python, most of the programming basics are the same for every language. So it's always good to have some background before doing some online course or something, just to have the idea of what programming is. And that's my advice.
All right, Emma, I'll give the mic to you.
My advice is to don't give up if it's hard, and don't compare yourself to other people, because everyone has a different background. And in the beginning, I felt like I'm just gonna say I felt stupid compared to other people here, because some people already have like a diploma, and you don't you shouldn't compare yourself, because that won't work. Everyone is here on their own timeline, so it's possible. Just ask help. It's all okay. It's okay to not know stuff. It's your first time you see this. You're here to learn, not to know things already. So yeah.
Very good. Emma, it's like a nice, nice wrap up of the session. Unless I'm looking at Ali, is there a question we need to highlight? Do we still have a little bit, maybe 1 minute? Okay, no, Ali is nodding no. So I think we can close this session. It was really, really nice to have you here, Damien and Emma. I think your insights are very valuable for the students who are joining the session. So thank you very much. For coming.
Thank you for invitation.
All right, thank you. And maybe to the students in the stream, maybe we'll see each other in another session. Bye.
Bye bye.
Testing the microphone, which seems to be emitting sound on my end. I see sound, so that looks good.
Test. Okay. Test, test, test.
Testing 1, 2. Testing our microphones.
Nope, that one definitely.
No, I see some signal coming in. Yes. It's quite. Ah, there it goes. Yeah, and now it's louder. Did you change anything?
Yeah, I put it up.
Yeah. So we do have input. So now I muted it from my. Yeah, the mics are good.
Everyone, welcome back to our online open day at Howest Digital Arts and Entertainment. I'm Ali Reese, and I will be your host for this session, all about our major game sound integration. Thank you so much for joining us for this session. Here we have our sound maestro,
Wow, that's
Alexander DeWeppa. I was like, you call yourself something, and I couldn't think of it.
I
and then
don't I
came
don't.
up with maestro. So Alexander DeWeppa is our major coordinator for the game sound integration major, also called GSI, and he is here to give you all a lot of information about the major. If you have any questions, be sure to ask them in the chat. Just to let you know as well, we will have a student panel coming up in just around 25 minutes or so, so you'll also have the opportunity to hear from GSI students themselves. So with that, I'll pass it over. Alexander, great to have you.
Thank you very much, Ali, and hello, people chiming in from all over the globe. I expect game sound integration. If I may be as blunt as to ask for the first slide. Yes, that one. Digital Arts and Entertainment, we are one school. We have 6 majors. We have 2 that focus predominantly on film. We have 4 that focus on games. And we, the Game Sound Integration major, are the smallest of the curriculums. And we provide all those cool jams for all others of the majors that we have under the umbrella. We do both linear and non-linear audio development. What that means, I will talk about over the course of this presentation. If we can switch to the next slide, this is our mission statement. So basically, what we intend to get out of our major is to have pro-level sound people who are very proficient at sound design, so that they can provide stuff for the game and film industry, and that they can provide audio that is compliant with the industry standards. What that means is that we teach our students how they need to do programming, blueprint, and scripting with a focus on audio pipelines. We try to have permutations of every single conceivable way in which audio for the gaming industry has to be made. And that's why in a quite a difficult terminology, we called it to be tool and language agnostic, which is not necessarily 100% true. We have a couple of permutations of middlewares, of engines, and programming languages that we try to impart so that whichever studio our students arrive at eventually, they would be able to handle the workflow, to be proficient with the process that's ongoing there. Immediately, straight out of the gates, a very important disclaimer. What we don't try to impart with our students is to make them composers. If you are a musician, God loves you, and most of the teachers in our curriculum are composers, are musicians, or even composers in that sense, but it's not a skill that you're going to pick up in our curriculum, and it's not something that we heavily focus on teaching you that. Also, live sound engineering, it's not something that really gets a lot of attention in our curriculums. There is a couple of domains that we work on: sound effects, voice recording, Foley recording, ambiences, and then to a certain extent adaptive music. So we get stems in from either libraries or from composers from other degrees. We'll teach you how to implement those sounds into a project, whether that is a linear or non-linear project. More on the subject very shortly. But you won't be making those assets yourself. Or if you choose to do so, yes, it can be something that you get involved with, but it's not a part of our curriculum. So what the clock is over there, okay. what is the competences that we have? Sound capturing, so we will do some recordings. We'll teach you in a digital audio workstation how to do all of your basic editing and how to make kick-ass sound assets, how you have to do audio processing, analog to digital, digital to analog, DSP, mix down, mastering, how you have to implement according to a certain audio pipeline in various engines, how you can use middleware to build massive audio databases, and then how you have to integrate them into the engine itself, actually. A couple of the other domains that we work on is spatialization, so basically going from mono to stereo, stereo to ambisonics, binaural, Dolby Atmos, and other protocols like that, and how you basically have to deliver when you are working in the gaming industry. Okay, next slide, please. This is for, it got a little funky because I made this in Keynote, and PowerPoint made a horrible hash out of it. Yes. This is going to get worse progressively. As you might have spotted, I do not come from a graphic major, but this is just a little slide to show you where the curriculum came from. So back in the year 2019-2020, we had 4 courses of 6 ECTS, so 24 ECTS courses. At this point, 5, 6, 7 years down the line, we have evolved into a curriculum that now offers 99 unique ECTS on all things associated with the audio pipeline, and that makes us one of the largest audio curricula for the gaming industry across the globe, to my knowledge. I've done some field analysis, and I don't think that that there's many programs out there that have such a wide variety of audio related programs. So let's get this ugly slide out of the way and take a deep dive into our curriculum. So this is basically the 7.0 curriculum iteration of game sound integration. How we read this slide, on the horizontal axis, we basically see the domains that we want to develop. So rudiments and games. We have programming and then dealing with the audio pipeline for the gaming industry. And then audio, both design, development, and implementation. Also, on the vertical axis of the slide, we basically see the 3 years that we have in our curriculum. The 3 years, year 1, semester 1 and 2, is basically your foundational skills, things that as a digital arts and entertainment student, there are permutations of programming, of applied math and physics, of 3D in all of the curricula. There's some foundational skills that are necessary to be able to work in the game industry, and they're kind of mutual with obviously a focus on audio from our side of things. The second year, so semester 3 and 4 basically, that is the elaboration year. That's a full 60 ECTS of only all audio relevant courses, or if it's a course shared with other programs, like for instance game projects, the explicit focus from our part will be on the audio pipeline. And then the last year, semester 5 and 6, are the 2 semesters that every single student over at Digital Arts and Entertainment has pretty much the same, but then pretty much geared towards the major that they specifically chose. So in our case, that is tackling the audio pipeline and basically for your group projects, working on the audio side of things there as well.
I have a question about, because in the last semester, a student goes on their internship, and that can be at a company or a studio or organization in Belgium or abroad. And I'm just curious to hear, you touched upon how unique this study program is in Belgium, but also globally for the study program, specifically GSI.
Mm-hmm.
Can students expect to do their internship here in Belgium when it comes to sound design profiles, or are they looking more globally?
we have to be. It's one of the caveats at the end of the presentation. We really have to have a very international focus. Why? Because even though we have a developing market in Belgium in terms of game studios, we have very few game studios that are of a sufficient size to have a resident sound designer in-house. So either you will be doing a lot of freelance work, or you'll have contracts with various studios. That remains to be seen. And we have a couple of companies that really, audio typically tends to get a little outsourced by gaming companies, and there's companies that do that in a very, very proficient manner. A couple of our graduates started a studio just like that. We have D-Mute Studios over in Brussels that also tackles that as well. But don't expect to locally find a lot of gaming companies that are of a sufficient size to have the resident sound designer in-house. Precisely. Yeah. So, but there are quite a few studios internationally, and not that far internationally, basically, that are of that size, so that they do have full-blown audio pipelines. And our students, typically, that might be due to the size of our curriculum, tend to find internship spaces relatively easily as compared to some other curricula that we have out there. That's how we read this slide. The next one is considerably worse because I went into my grades. There is a reasoning behind this slide. So the yellow part of things goes into our foundational skills. The blue goes into our programming skills. The darker the color becomes, the more advanced the skills. If you go into the shades of purple, that's basically your audio theory, audio development. So working with more exotic tools for working in the audio pipeline. The block of green, that's all of our digital audio workstation and our classical sound design skills. Red would indicate all things related to games. And then we have all the permutations and all the shades of rainbow that they basically cover skills that touch upon some of those core skills as well. As you can see, graphics does not run strong in my blood.
I will not forget this presentation, though.
It's quite memorable.
Yeah, it's memorable. So that is a plus for me, I think, Alexander.
I'm so happy. So let's go into the specifics. Let's not spend too much time on the rudiments. So here we have the foundations, the applied math and physics fundamentals, the game design fundamentals. We have the professional development and 3D fundamentals. These are some of the courses that are shared across the curriculum. It's mandatory that if you are DAE, you get a permutation of this as well. Typically, added to this, you would have programming as well for the GGP curriculum. That would be programming for artists. For the GD curriculum, that would be programming 1, 2, 3, and 4. For us, the programming, it's super important, and it really links close, is very closely related to the programming that the game developers get. But we have a specific flavor of that, so we have programming fundamentals, and then specifically audio programming. 18 ECTS credits of that in the first year. We can skip ahead, I think, 2 slides. This brings us to the curriculum breakout for sound design. So as I already mentioned, we want to have kick-ass sounds coming from all of our students. So we have 6 courses attributed to that. Sound 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's one learning line in the curriculum. And so basically, first off, digital audio workstation basics. We work with Reaper. What does this button do in my computer-based sound studio? How do I apply effects? How do I make proper cuts? How do I do all my proper editing? If I make loops, how can I make sure that I don't have any clicks in those? Very basic sound editing. no individual sound ever is put into a game and we do not tamper with it. So either we apply some effects, we might put some compressors on, some reverbs. We typically layer sounds easily with 5 different because every single sound is a story, Ali, and we do.
But you'll see also in an upcoming slide, it really does matter.
It sounds it's half the experience, and we have to keep that in mind. So that's basically sound synthesis. We do use actual synthesizers to make sound, but also that workflow of making these kick-ass sounds, of making gun sounds unique and massively impactful. That's something that you pick up there. Then a lot of times we use our own imagination and our own recordings to. You would be surprised what I can do with a bell pepper or some cutlery to make some awesome guts and then some fight scenes. It's really cool that's what happens in Sound Tree.
Yeah, and you would think maybe because game sound integration used to be under the game development umbrella, and so it of course if you look at the curriculum, it is programming heavy as well, but there is so much creativity that can be had with it as well. And that's an example for like doing Foley or sound effects with like a bell pepper or whatever you mentioned. It takes a lot of creativity to be able to figure out what kind of specific sounds you could get and use and implement from miscellaneous objects.
I think it's as much fun as can be had in a legal fashion in an educational degree. We make horrible messes It comes with good sound, that's the objective. We hope to achieve that. Then we have the sound spatialization. So Dolby Atmos. We look at binaural, at higher order ambisonics, which is where the industry is progressing to nowadays. We also have sound integration. That's the closing test, and we're going to see a short clip about that, where we basically look at linear integration. That's something that other schools and other programs do as well and do very proficiently. It's a mandatory skill to have for our curriculum, but obviously if we're doing game sound integration, that's the non-linear and that's the forte. Now, mind you, the sound integration, it's a mandatory thing, just the same as the music and games that's on this slide. Mm-hmm. We look at adaptive music, how we can have various stems play on scenes or shift from one eventuality to a next eventuality. For instance, we enter a boss fight, cue new music. Right. That's something that we're going to look at in music for games. Question, or shall we proceed to the next part of our curriculum?
We can proceed. I have a question, but I'll keep it. Yeah, I'll keep it for a couple minutes. I'll marinate on it.
Hang on to that. So maybe next slide even. Thank you very much, Jolien. So this brings us to a very, very important core skill of our curriculum, namely the audio development and audio programming. The thing is that I already mentioned that we're very closely linked to the GD curriculum. Everything in a game makes sound, and we have to account for that. So we are very closely linked to the actual engine. That means doing the implementation of all the fine work that we did on our assets and middleware libraries that we've built need to be implemented into the game. That means learning C++, right, and lots of it. So we have programming fundamentals and audio programming as opposed to programming 1 and 2.
Right.
Why? Because it really tackles the audio pipeline. And we don't need to have that dramatic an understanding of C++ as our counterparts in game development who actually can build an engine from scratch, but we really need to know our way around that engine and those programming skills. The audio theory, audio dev, and audio lab, that's the more exotic side of things, and that's basically a foray into other ways in which we can build our own VSTs. We can look at Touch Designer, at OSC as a protocol, MIDI things, look at actuators and sensor technology to work and basically do some node-based programming along the lines as well. Everything in reference to how we can process audio. For the sake of time, we will proceed to the next part. This is really the one more slide. This is the meat and potatoes, the core of our curriculum, basically middleware and engines. In middleware, so FMOD and WISE, both are industry standards and both are introduced into our curriculum. That's the courses in which we build our audio databases. So as I mentioned, non-linear, every game can be played a certain fashion, and every time a game is played, it's played in a unique way. So we know what the situations will be, but somebody might speed run a game, or they might do all the side quests. We, from the sound design point of view, have to take into account every single
all of the possibilities that could happen,
all the permutations, and that means building databases of, okay, the character might be running for a long time with his rubber shoes on a concrete floor, on a gravel floor, or in the bog where it's all mushy and wet, and all of the footsteps have to be in some randomized containers. This is what we typically do in middleware. We will think of all these permutations. Same thing is that we could do that pipeline, but directly in an engine. So we will look at the pipeline for Unity and Unreal, but also there might be a custom engine, C++ based, used by a company. So basically, whichever permutation occurs, when we get to Sound Integration 2, students will be acquainted with all of the possible eventualities that they might be confronted with. That was, by the way, what we saw in the introduction video. That comes from Game Sound Implementation Advanced, and that was an example of how we do our audio implementation in Unity directly. And then so skip ahead 2 slides again. And the last part of our curriculum breakout, I'm doing fantastic for time, by the way.
You really are. You really are. I'm very impressed.
Is the closing tests. So as I already mentioned, our students work together in their second year with in sound integration. They work together with the group projects coming from the film side of things, so VFX and 3D animation. They do linear sound implementation for that. And then their own group projects, they will be tackling the audio pipeline for the game side of things. That's in group projects where they're being put together with game graphics production majors, with game development majors, and independent game production majors.
Yeah, I did have a question, and you perfectly segued into it, because the major is called Game Sound Integration. But I'm wondering if the skills and competencies that they see within the major can be used, for example, in a film setting or in other different domains, or is there too much gap between softwares that are used in different fields?
It's a fantastic question, and I'll answer it in a kind of nuanced way. For me personally, our main focus is on games, and it should be on games. Why? Because that's the thing that makes our curriculum so unique. Other schools, amongst others in Belgium, do tackle that audio pipeline for the film side of things. And actually, it's considerably easier because of that linear aspect to things. But actually, our students in Sound Integration 1, that's the closing test for their linear. They are proficient at it. I wouldn't go as far as to say that our students can easily keep the same pace as students who have studied for 5 years to work in a professional sound studio. Then basically conservatories production degrees are better. If you want to do sound design for documentary film, there are some things that, for instance, at a COSC you will pick up, or RITS for that matter, that you will pick up that we do not have the time to be as nuanced about, but all of the core skills will be there. Our forte is on that game sound integration and on working on those engines and on those middlewares. And with the advent of virtual production, I think in the foreseeable future, that's where the actual industry will proceed to also for in reference to film. So I think we're kind of barking up the right tree. In
Exactly.
That respect.
Yeah. So it's not to say that students that would come here and gain these competencies, it's not that they couldn't use it for other domains, but the curriculum and what is focused on is indeed very game specific.
And that's the thing that kind of makes us unique in that international context as well.
Right, absolutely.
So that would be that's our USP.
Got to throw in the word USP.
Yeah,
we just
why
have
not?
to.
Why not? Then graduation work. It's a course near and dear to my heart. Basically, that's your research endeavor. That's the bachelor paper. It's where you can really take a deep dive into to an aspect of the pipeline that you might be not sufficiently aware of, or something that you can really use in reference to your group project. And then it's internship. And I'm very glad to say that our students, in terms of internship, the game sound integration, it's due to the sound. That bell goes.
Every single time it goes off, I'm like, oh, forgetting that I ever put it on.
Our students have, it's due to the size of our major, our students do have a high success rate of landing their internships at this point in time. That's also because we don't have as elaborate a backlog of students.
Right.
We do not have the same.
There's a bit
size.
less saturation, and it's also a slightly more specific.
So we're not going to
slightly
be
more
tooting
niche.
our horn too much at this point, but so far it's been relatively okay to find internships for our students.
Okay.
And I obviously I will take credit for the fact that we have such a performant and good curriculum.
That's really great to hear. I remember a few years ago, we sat at a different location, but it was an online open day during the COVID period. Yes. And game sound integration had just started, more or less so.
Yeah, we that was the first year that we were an actual major.
And so this is now the second time that we've done this, but now it's how many years later?
It's 5 years past, and I think we were still finding our bearings at that time. I think we've
but you see how far it's come, really, and I think
fast and effective.
Indeed,
we work so hard.
And you know who else works hard? Is our students.
Our students work ever so hard.
And I'm really excited that two of our game sound integration students, Rabba and Daphne, will be joining us in just a couple of minutes, just a minute for a student panel. But first, we want to show you a really awesome video, just really showing how important sound is to the game experience. It's something that sometimes might get forgotten about or is kind of the extra, it's overlooked, but it's actually really important in the total experience. So I hope you like the video, and we'll see you in just a second. All right, we are back and still with game sound integration, but now we are having a student panel as well. It's one thing to hear from us about the major. It's a whole other thing to be able to hear from the students who are actively studying the curriculum. So it's wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much. And thank you, Alexander, for also sticking along. I'd love to hear more about you. If you could introduce yourself, where you're from, and also why you chose DIE and specifically game sound integration.
All right, hello. My name is Robbe van Landaert and I am from Antwerp. The reason why I came to DIE, I got dragged along by a friend. A friend of mine was like, hey, let's go there. I was like, I already know what I want to do, but I'll go for you. And then I spoke with Alexander first on the first info day around this time 2 years ago. And I was sold.
Wow.
I was completely captivated, and just hearing the explanations was, yeah, it did something, and I was like, okay, I'll do it.
And I'm just curious, what were you thinking about doing? Because you mentioned that your friend was studying here and you came along. Were you thinking about doing something else, or it just all came together and you said, okay, game sound integration?
I was actually planning on studying chemistry.
Okay.
I have a background in studying chemistry in high school, and that was my plan, go to chemistry, earn a lot of money. And all of a sudden, it's like, oh, sound design sounds way more fun. Pay might not be as great in the future, but it's going to be enough to make a living. So let's have fun at it. Why not?
Fun will be had by all.
Awesome. Really cool story. Thanks so much for being here, Rava. Daphne, hello.
So hello. My name is Daphne Howest. I am from Yper. Well, region Yper, but like nobody knows where my small town is from, so that might be a little bit more easier. I'm so from West Flanders. I actually first was going to be a middle school teacher, but then my friend introduced me to DIE, and I was like, I want to do that. So I actually did a year of game design first, so I was a GDer.
Okay.
And during the Crea Week workshops, I followed the rules voice acting workshop, and that's where I was like, I want to do that. That's cool.
Okay, so you followed a different major
I did.
at DIE, and then you discovered game sound integration through the Creativity Week, which,
Yes.
by the way, we mentioned it in a previous presentation, but it's a week during the spring semester where we have workshops and also a game jam, a film jam, and it's really a time to get creative, but not just from behind the screen. We have acting workshops and pixel art workshops, all kinds of things, but that's really, really nice to hear.
So the going there and doing the workshops made me realize that game design wasn't what I wanted to do, but like sound, and I'm still here. So good choice, I guess.
Well, we're very glad to have you here. So
Thank
thank you
you.
so much. I'm just curious, Alexander, as well, what got you into this domain? And was it always the path that you wanted to take, or were there some reroutes along the way?
Oh my lord! How much time do we have?
Should I readjust the timer?
No. Well, actually, it's a series of very fortunate events. So my background is in historical musicology, then systematic musicology, in which I did my PhD. Then I worked at a postdoc. Long story, and let's keep it short. I was working in the Howest universe, so basically the University College of Applied Science that we all work for. And I was introduced to Master Chief. And Master Chief, as Master Chief does, was complaining about a luxury problem, so to say, namely that the GRU projects were so kick-ass. They were amazing in terms of visual output.
By the way, Master Chief is the alias for our previous academic director, Rick, who now teaches here. But okay, yes.
And so he was kind of humble bragging and then yet somewhat complaining about the fact that the visual stunning nature of the GRU projects was immense. But then students in like the last week of the polish phase would slap on some license-free music and then some like library sounds, and it would really detract from the quality of the group project. And we were talking as one does, and he was complaining / bragging about it. And I said, like, wouldn't you be interested? As I was working a different job at another department. Would you be interested in like coming and doing a lecture about audio? And then a whole series of, as I mentioned, fortunate events later, I was allowed when Dries de Rijkere was still the major coordinator of game graphics production.
We'll see him next, actually.
I then did a minor of 24 ECTS credit with 4 courses, like somewhat exploratory, and that spiraled and snowballed into what we have today, where we have 3 full-time staff members, then 3 visitors from other curricula, and we gradually built and like identified in conjunction with the industry what it meant and what it needed to be like at the very forefront of doing professional sound design for the gaming industry. And it wasn't as easy. I wasn't also as acquainted as I am now with the whole pipeline, but I think we've come up with something amazing. And so all kudos and credits to Master Chief, aka Rick Lienknecht, for having that vision or that problem back in the day, and that's what started this all.
Interesting. I actually didn't know the full story, so I'm glad. Yeah, so I'm glad that we talked about it. A bit more on the practical day-to-day side. So I'm curious to hear, as a student, I'm sure you all are as well, what your typical day looks like at DIE. I know that all days are different, and it can be very difficult to answer that question briefly, but what does your week look like then? What does the workload look like as a DIE game sound integration student?
I am a full second year student, so I have all 7 courses we have right now, and I'm gonna be honest, it's a lot of work. A lot of my moments that I'm at home are spent working for school, and if I'm not working for school, I'm usually at school, so there's not that much free time. However, if you manage your work and you don't aim for 20 out of 20 on every single course, you will have a couple evenings in a week where you can go out, have a drink with some friends, go to Sunday nights, and just relax a little bit. But it is, regardless, still a lot of work that you have to get done. And that is mainly my day, actually.
No, don't worry, go ahead.
I'm either working for school, cleaning my dorm, making food, or at school.
How, a quick follow-up question, and I'll get to you, Daphne. How do you manage that? How do you kind of make that work with all of the schoolwork that you have going on?
I kind of have to prioritize some courses over others and mainly see which deadline is closest and really focus on the deadlines that are closest and important for your major and your continuation of your study. And sometimes you have to drop an assignment or do a bit worse on an assignment. If your planning was not great or something came up, like you got sick or you had somewhere to be. But usually it's not the end of the world and you can always still bounce back. You always have your retakes as well. So if you don't do it in your one go, you can always do it in a second go. And there's no shame in that.
Yeah. But what I hear also is the importance of planning as well. I think that is a big foundational element that allows everything else to happen. And also it's really important that you do have some evenings for free time as well. But the planning I hear is really important.
I will add to that the pressure will always be on. I think my colleague Koen Samen says this best when he says that you also have to have some level of expectation management. Not every course merits that 18 out of 20 and achieving those massively high grades sometimes is not proportionate to the amount of work that you have to put into a course. Sometimes a 13 will do just peachy fine as well. Now, what I also wanted to point out, it's going to be a somewhat mitigating factor, is that we are now, the curriculum that we're looking at, we changed from an elective under the GD umbrella to the full-blown GSI major. We now have 99 ECTS credits dedicated for us, and our courses have gotten slightly larger. So game design is now taken up by GSI and GAS. We have reduced the number of courses, which especially in the third and the fourth semester, the workload, we were aware of this, was massively high because of all of the 3 ECTS courses. So that should be slightly better, which by no means indicates that the work pressure will now dissipate. It's always going to be a demanding curriculum, but I sincerely hope that in the foreseeable future, it will be slightly more manageable than it has been over the last two or so years.
Yeah, and it's also a curriculum that's evolving as well. I mean, all of these, we are always constantly evolving the curriculum, and that is for the good of our students and also for the good of the content as well. And indeed, I think another point that was mentioned is the importance of prioritizing and also setting expectations. Daphne, what does your typical day look like at DIE?
For me, it looks a lot different because I'm an IoT student, so I've split my second year into 2 parts. So I only have like 4 courses this semester, and so I have a lot more free time. So I can go into after-school activities with the clubs that DIE does have. I run one myself. I'm the host of the voice acting club as well. And so I do have a lot more free time. It doesn't mean that the school workload isn't a lot. If anything, I tend to have myself be like, I have less subjects, so I can spend more time and then be harsher on myself that way, so that I'm like, I should probably spend more time than my other classmates who don't have that privilege to do so because of the other courses that they have because they're full term. But I can sleep a little more, I can say for sure. I can relax a little more, be like, it's not today, it's not the day, I can just start tomorrow, and I can do that.
Yes, sleep is very important. That is, I think, can be fully agreed on by all of us. I have a question about favorite courses, and including favorite courses that you teach. Throughout your experience at DIE, particular in the GSI major, what has been for you a standout course? What have you really enjoyed? And on the flip side, is there a course that you've struggled with a bit and would like to share how you got through it, how you managed?
For me, it's kind of difficult to just choose one. I myself am more for implementation courses. GSI is kind of divided in 3 different aspects. You have the sound design aspects, you have the implementation aspects, and you have an audio programming, audio development aspect. I am more lenient towards the implementation side, so the middleware and implementation. But the courses that stood out the most for me were the audio implementation 1, which was learn to get used to Unity, and that was, okay, this is going to be my future. And it was really exciting to do. And then last semester we had middleware fundamentals, which was also like, okay, this is going to be my programs. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to want to do. This is fun. And I had a blast doing both of those courses.
All right, great to hear. Did you have a course throughout your DIE experience so far that you struggled with, had a bit of a challenge with, and if so, how did you navigate that situation?
There were multiple, one of which is no longer in our curriculum. That was graphics fundamentals. It's drawing in Photoshop, and I'm not the most artistic person, so I also struggled a decent amount with 3D fundamentals. But with the right people, the right friends, you can ask for feedback, they can help you out, and that's really doable. Then audio programming, audio development too, and just working with Juice and making plugins. It's not really my strong suit. They're all very complicated programs to use. It's C++, which is okay, but using Juice is kind of something you have to just figure out on your own a little bit, because the exams for those courses are very specific to you, because you can choose which plugin you want to make.
Okay, interesting. What about you, Daphne? Favorite one, and maybe one that you found challenging but found a way to navigate?
I'll agree with Robert on the hard ones. I did not enjoy audio development too, or any juice related subject, because it's not something I'm interested in. Me personally, I don't want to create plugins for my job, and it's an aspect that I have to do, but it's not one that I enjoy. So you gotta take what you gotta take. For me, my favorite subjects have definitely been like the sound subjects, so sound 1, 2, 3, and 4, and middleware advanced has been really fun. We're working on implementing audio inside of a game in Unity using WYs, and I have so much fun with it. Like in middleware fundamentals, I was kind of like iffy about it. I was like not too sure if I really enjoyed it, but then I started working like in game and Unity, and I'm like, this is so much fun.
And you can also see, I can imagine the direct results of your work.
Yes.
Because it is the implementation piece. So you see the work that you are, or the results of the work that you're putting in. Alexander, which course has been your personal favorite over the last few years of the GSI curriculum to teach?
If I can circle back to the responses, we try to cater. So one of the things that comes out is I don't like making juice plugins,
right?
And VSTs. That's because we cater towards two specific profiles. One is the profile of the technical sound designer, and then normally people will be more involved with the audio implementation side of things. So indeed, FMOD and then and WISE will be the preferred courses, the one that Dries Vienne teaches. I'm also glad to hear that the sound line you appreciated a lot. That's what Roel de Meulen is. But then we also have the audio program, and that's more towards the C++ side of things. I would say that is the technical profile that's as close to game development that you can come, and it's not necessarily the strong suit of each and every single one of the students. Now, mind you, it's mandatory. It's your broccoli. You have to eat it.
And some people like broccoli too.
And rightly so. And then my preferred course, the thing that I love teaching, that I find super fascinating, is in semester 4. There's audio lab, and that's where it's a sandbox basically. It's a playground. I have all these creative, inspired students who are building their own weird prototype thing. Everybody's is pursuing their own thing, and it's really the place where you see massive creativity. If you compare that from when I saw them first in audio theory, like the students coming fresh into the curriculum, what has happened over the course of 3 semesters, that's massive, that difference. And this year particularly, the students they're so motivated, so well behaved. They really well behaved in the sense that
they're curious and they have passion.
This diligent
sense
of duty, and they're working on their projects. I hardly ever have to say like you're not gonna make it for the exams. They work on their own, and it's magnificent. It's a hoot and a half.
Yeah.
And the juries that we do there, we do with all of the sound teachers. So that's a course near and dear to my heart, because it's the last time that we really in our little bubble of audio we get to see the greatness, and you can see sparks of of genius in that course
Yeah.
every once in a while. And then they go to the third year and it's time to let them go.
And then there's group projects and internship semester. So indeed a really exciting semester and year to look forward to, but it's the end of more traditional class lessons.
Yeah.
Indeed. And also graduation work as well in the final year.
One is they're put together in a group. The other one is an individual endeavor that you do back and forth
Mhm.
with a supervisor. The classical class moments then kind of dissipate and they go out into their own little groups, which is peachy fine, but you can't really get it as a program coordinator, you can't really get a grasp on your specific group. Everybody's venturing into their own direction at that point in time, which is not to say that it's not superb to see what comes out of these group projects, and I'm always super thrilled to see that was one of my GSIs and he worked on that project. Yes, we nailed it again, we rocked it. But the whole sense of this is my group, this is my class, then kind of dissipates a little.
Yeah. Well, I can sense the pride, and I think that's a really wonderful thing. On to the next question, and actually, unfortunately, the last question of the student panel, but and this is a difficult one, so feel free to take the time that you need. But if you could go back in time and tell yourself one thing, one piece of advice, one element that maybe a prospective student, hello, I see a comment. Okay, one of the mics is not working. No worries, we will solve that problem. Thank you for letting us know. If there's something that you wish you would have told yourself before studying game sound integration or at DIE or before this entire journey with the curriculum, what would that be?
Yeah, for me, it would definitely be to enjoy it more. And the first year, it's still a very simple year because it's all very basic. You have to pay attention, yes, and you have to know what you have to do. And it's important, but I took it too seriously, working too much. And honestly, it's the most fun year you will probably have because you have so much time still compared to the second year. And just go out more, meet more people, have some more drinks. That's what I kind of lacked.
Well, you know what? There was a comment earlier about saying yes to more things. That was that is a little bit similar to what you've just said, Rabba, about doing more and maybe like eliminating some of the self-pressure as well. That's a really, really great point. Daphne, any words of advice to younger Daphne?
I would say to not compare yourself too much with others, because it's really competitive, right? You see somebody that has had prior knowledge and you're like, they're so much better than me and I'm never going to be able to do this. And you start to then just talk down upon yourself, and then you'll get into this cycle where you're like, I shouldn't be doing this, I should quit. They're so much better than me, I'll never get a job. And it's like really hard to not do, but it's also really important that you don't. Because in the end, you'll start like falling behind because you're like, why does it matter anyway, right? So it's really important to stay true to yourselves, I think. Really focus on what you think you can do, and it's not like, oh, I don't know how to do this. You just don't know it yet. Right. You'll learn as you go, and that's normal, and you don't know everything from the start, and that's definitely...
Indeed, it's school. Yeah. We're here you're here to learn, indeed. That is a great point. Thank you so much.
Just fuck around and find out a little bit. It's just mess around in your programs, have fun with it, do whatever you want. And you'll learn the most that way by just trying and failing and trying and failing.
Yeah, trial and error. Absolutely. That's a really great point as well. Alexander, what would you have told yourself a few years ago?
Learn programming.
Everyone out there, programming is
it's
good.
It's good for you.
Was that a challenge in the beginning?
For the life of me, I take the C++ for Absolute Beginner's book on every holiday with me, and I open it, and that's the extent of my endeavors.
And that's okay. You know, like we've been talking a lot. A recurring theme is about the importance of just always learning. Things are always changing and always evolving, and it's okay that we don't know everything as long as we try.
But indeed, and then circling back to the students, like try to enjoy the ride a little bit. It's higher education. Ask anybody, ask your mom and your dad. Like this is the best years of your life. So don't spend them all solely on work. It's also time to little once in a while stop and smell the roses.
Yeah, it's really important. And with the community as well, I think that's also important to highlight. You had mentioned the importance of getting feedback from students as well. And that is something that I think also sets DIE apart from other institutions, is the importance of peer feedback and peer support, and the open-mindedness of the community as well, asking teachers for feedback, willingness to help and give feedback. So any last words for our prospective GSI students?
Talk to your classmates, make friends, because it's really lonely if you don't.
We're also, because not many people are doing what we do, sadly enough, but it's also a good thing because we're a small group. You will know everyone in your class, and your teachers also know you. We have some of the kindest, nicest, and most fun teachers at all of DAE, and just having a bond with them is what makes GSI GSI and what makes us the tight-knit group that we are.
And for my part, I always consider, and it's a line that I stole from Bert Wouters, colleague of ours. The GSI students are truly the shiny Pokemons of DAE. They're in high regard and high demand, especially for the group projects.
Mm.
So, and I think we should cultivate that. We're highly collectible. Everybody's group project gets better if they have a GSI student. So I'm super proud of you, and that's what we are, and that's what we need to strive for. God damn it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much, Daphne, Rabba, and Alexander, for talking all about the game sound integration major. It was wonderful to have you here. And thank you all for joining as well. Stay tuned. We will be up next with the major game graphics production. If you'd like to follow that major, stay tuned and we'll be there in just a couple minutes. Bye-bye.
All right. Welcome, everyone. And first of all, thank you for joining our online open day. This session is all about the major game graphics production. And I invited Dries here today to talk about the major. So welcome, Dries.
Thank you. Hi.
Yeah, hi. So super excited that you are here. We have a lot of things going on. We have as well the physical open day and then the online open day. So we have a lot of
Things to do and
yeah,
a lot of people to talk to.
yeah, indeed. So Dries, I will give the floor to you. I will give the floor to you.
So game graphics production. To give you a bit of an overview, what is game graphics production all about? It is our mission to create people that are really good at creating content for games. So we're going to focus a lot on making 3D art. All the things you saw in the trailer, for example, is a ton of really nice and cool looking flashy stuff. But it needs to be taken into account that all of this flashy stuff requires very technical skills to put together. So we're going to focus on a lot of 3D. That's really the core of what GGP is about. But we're also going to focus a lot on the technical side of things. So how do you program these things? How do you, what's the math behind these things? But also the drawing side. So it touches on a lot of different things. And I'm going to switch microphones. There we go. It touches on a lot of different things. And a lot of these parts that need to come together to make a game look good. Because the job of a GGP student is making your games look good, and that's every facet of it: the environments, the 3D art, the characters, the lighting, the materials, the shaders. So everything needs to look amazing. So if you're wondering, like, what does this mean for me? So the focus of GGP is not necessarily just games, it's game art, but mostly the 3D art. So a lot of the technology that we touch upon is used in games, right? But that doesn't mean it can only be used in games. It's more interactive 3D. So everything that uses interactive 3D or real-time 3D in some way touches the skill set that a GGP student is able to do. So that means visualization, but also, like, if you think about simulators or safety training, that also uses interactive 3D. And a GGP student can make sure the graphic side of things works.
So how does a student know that the GGP track is a fit for him? Because I have a lot of students, like prospective students, who sometimes, like, they don't know which major they want to choose. What for you is like the perfect GGP student?
Yes. If your main focus is, I want to make 3D art and 3D visuals, then GGP is for you. That's really the focus. Everything else supports that. If you're not too afraid of the technical side of things, if you're not too afraid of going into math, going a bit into programming, and thinking about automation, thinking about scripts and tools to help you make 3D art, then that's definitely also very handy. In GGP, like, we aim at around 50 to 60 hours of work a week. But the main point of that is really to exercise a lot. It's a lot of effort to get good at this kind of stuff. So practicing a lot, making a lot of projects, learning a lot of stuff is really the goal here. The focus in GGP is really not just like games, like I said, it's the technology. And we focus a lot on that portfolio aspect of it, considering that having a degree is nice, but in this industry, they don't really care too much about your degree. Of course, it helps if you have some background there, but the real focus is really the portfolio. And we have a ton of emphasis on that, especially in the second year, to get you like some really banger portfolio pieces.
Yeah. We even have our own portfolio review night where we invite people from the industry to like review your portfolio, to get rid of course the teachers as well. That's, I think, valuable for the students.
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
If you want to like prepare for this kind of stuff,
The biggest tip I can give is really like open Blender, install Blender, work a bit with Blender, follow the tutorial. Don't follow the donut tutorial. I don't think it's a good example, actually. You should follow more of the tutorial on how to make a decent model, how to get some materials in there, how to render and get some lighting in there. Don't try to do everything at once. Focus mostly on the 3D asset creation at first. But Blender is really the core of it all, specifically because a lot of the things that we teach come together there. If you don't like working with Blender, then GGP might not be for you, because that's literally what we do a lot. That notwithstanding, there's also the math and pre-production and programming component. So please don't forget about that. If you want to prep yourself a bit, do some effort into brushing up your mathematics. Some basic trigonometry is really important and really helps a lot with that. There's a link down there on the screen, 3 Blue, 1 Brown. I can highly recommend that one. It's a YouTube channel. The guy goes into some pretty hefty mathematics for some of his videos, but he has a bunch of good, decent base videos as well that talk about some, in a very visual way, explain how the math works. And it's very nice to brush up and understand some basics. You should really, when you get into DIA, especially game graphics production, make sure you understand what a sine wave and a cosine is. Make sure you understand what functions are and some quadratic functions, so you have an idea of what those things do. Because we use those things quite a lot, and if you understand fundamentally what those things are about, then you're already going to have a leg forward. That being said, a lot of the math that we do is very applied, so it's not just about doing some math on paper. We apply it. You have to learn this kind of stuff and implement it. It's still good to have those fundamentals. Then when it comes to pre-production, the biggest tip I can give is just get yourself a sketchbook. Make sure you spend at least 20 minutes every day drawing, and don't just think it's 20 minutes of just with a pencil. Put yourself somewhere, look at what you see, get the perspective right, and I highly recommend you don't actually draw with a pencil, draw with a ballpoint pen, because then you can't erase. And it's also a good idea to learn yourself not to go over the same line over and over again, because you get those scratchy lines when you do that. That's one, but also it helps you to just become a bit more confident in the lines that you draw. So otherwise you every time you go over a line again and again, you're kind of wasting time because that line is already there. Just put down the line, and if it's not great, then just fly with it. It's fine.
All right.
And then for programming, there's a bunch of tutorials on the internet. We work with Python in game graphics production. That's going to be their best bet.
They're all mentioned on the website as well, these links. Exactly. So thanks for the very informative explanation about it. Okay. The mission statement of game graphics production, or do you want to skip that? It's up to you.
I already said it at the start, right? We want to create these technical artists. I think it's going to be best if we go to the next slide.
Yeah, where we dive into the curriculum a little bit more.
That's going to give us a better overview on what's what.
Because indeed, in the second year, I don't know, it's already mentioned here, you have a minor you can choose in the GGP track. Yes. So I think that is also interesting to highlight a little bit more for our prospective students here. Go ahead, Dries.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the first year, we really talk about those fundamentals a lot, and we get you going. We start with a bunch of things really from scratch, especially program for artists. We don't assume you've programmed a letter of code in your life. That doesn't mean that we don't that we go super slow, but we do start from scratch there. And that's really our fundamentals. And then in your second year, indeed, you can choose between style and tech. And the whole point is really that you can then go deeper into the style side, which means characters, stylization, creating really artistic 3D assets, and focusing really more on the graphical side of things, or really going into the tech side and focusing much more on the technical side of things.
I think we have a slide per minor.
Yes, absolutely. If we go down a little bit.
Yeah, if we go down, indeed, that's the style.
Just keep going. There's a bunch of redundant slides in there. We can just keep going forwards. Yep.
Okay, here we go. We have
the tech track. So you can see procedural 1 and 2 in there. There's a bunch of images later down in the slides. So the tech track is really more about the procedural kind of things. like proceduralism is creating 3D using programming and math techniques, really generating 3D. And that can like help a lot in making tons of variation and assets rather quickly. You basically create the tool and the script and the system that creates the graphics for us. Right. So if you go forward a little bit, you can kind of see that. If you go forward to the slide of procedural introduction, there we go. This is a really good example. Yeah. So let's say you want to create a game with boats, because I don't know, you like boats for some reason, and you have to create 100 boats. It's going to be a lot of work if you want to create it completely manually. So instead of doing that, what we can do is create a system that generates boats for us based on parameters. And we can change those parameters, and then we get different boats. And creating that system is very technical and requires a bit of math and programming knowledge. But that's what procedural 3D is all about. And we teach every student that in the first year, the basics, because they're also just good concepts to understand, because it really helps you in understanding the flow of what the data is doing. But if you really want to focus on that in your second year, you can. You can go deeper into the tech track there.
All right, okay. I think I see a question already. I don't think if we can cover it or we can cover it later. Someone is asking like, I already have some pre-knowledge. Can I use Maya instead of Blender?
So in the first year, we used to teach in Maya.
But we 3D animation still uses Maya, I think. Yeah.
Yes, they use Maya especially for their animation.
Yeah.
But they still learn to model in Blender as well. We specifically choose Blender in the first year because there's a lot of studios. There's a lot of studios that started using Blender more and more lately. It's mainly because it's free, but also, in my opinion, I like modeling in Blender way more than I like modeling in Maya. And I mean, there's a lot of people out there that have the same notion about that. And also a really handy part about Blender is it's made a bit more for modeling. So there's a lot of tools and techniques in there that we really want to show you, especially like the whole modifier stack and stuff. It's not that much. I mean, it does exist in Maya, but it's a bit more hidden away, whereas it's more an integral part of Blender. So if you already have Maya knowledge, awesome. You already know how to do basic modeling and stuff. Fantastic. You're going to fly with Blender. Just learn Blender as well. You're going to be more valuable in your skill set because then you know Blender and Maya.
And is Blender not used more in the gaming industry? Because the idea is, or is it like mixed?
Partially. It's mixed. Maya is used a lot in the game industry. Don't get me wrong. There are definitely studios out there that are fully Maya based. And usually, especially in larger productions, Maya is the interface between the models and the game engine. However, in most productions, it doesn't really matter how you make your model. The model is a model, and you can put it in, you can export it and put it in whatever software you want. So if you like make it in Blender and then have to export it to Maya, that's fine. That's not really that much of an issue. And also there's tons of productions out there, especially when it comes to environment art, that started using Blender more and more and more. So we really saw a large uptick in Blender, and we saw it also as a better educative tool to really teach 3D in a nice way to people. So that's also one of the reasons why we really switched to Blender there.
Since we are already answering questions, I see another question. What's the difference between rigging for games and the rigging in animation on the DIE side? I think it's just because it's part of animation and game.
Absolutely, so rigging for games, that's the course that we have in this current iteration of the curriculum. Next iteration, that's maybe already something you spotted in the overview we just had on screen. There is no rigging for games, specifically because that part of the rigging pipeline is going to be integrated in game asset pipeline. So the biggest difference really is rigging in the animation curriculum focuses on characters and rigging of soft body characters, which comes with a whole bunch of extra things, like making sure that the morph targets work, making sure that things are bendy in the right places. In rigging for games or the GGP rigging that we're going to see, it's much more mechanics or mechanical based, hard body rigging. So robots, pistons, that kind of thing, tracks, that kind of thing. because we're going to focus more on hard surface stuff, and so that you can do some basic rigs yourself. When you study GGP, however, like usually you don't become a rigger. It helps. Like we teach it to people so that they can do their basic rigs themselves.
Yeah, makes sense actually.
And that they understand the tech, but it's not really what we're going to focus on.
If you are into rigging that much, you should like re-evaluate if maybe 3D animation is more a fit for you.
Rigging is gonna, if you really want to become a rigger, I'd say do 3D animation.
Yeah, I think that's the advice we can give.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
There's definitely some overlap there, but like you're gonna get way more intensive rigging in 3D animation.
All right. Okay. Should we skip some slides?
May I also know, so there's a question there I think is quite interesting actually. May I also know what would you suggest, which minor, either style or tech, for someone who wants to become a 3D environment artist? If you want to become an environment artist, I highly recommend the tech track. Yeah. Specifically because being an environment artist, like knowing how proceduralism works, being able to implement procedural stuff into your course and into your environment is going to help you a lot. You also learn some Python programming, you learn a bunch of blueprints. Those are all things that you can use to spice up your environments and make them even more awesome. So highly recommend. If you go to the Environments 2 slide, actually, you can see a really great example of that, of how we can populate that environment there. So yeah, tech track, that's where the environment art really can shine. If you want to do more like character stuff, that's where the style track is.
That's
really
the style. Yeah, indeed. Okay.
Do you have any more questions for me?
No, I think we can proceed a little bit more in the presentation because I see we have a lot of slides in the slide deck and the time is limited. Or do you want to like cherry pick questions?
We can just like cycle through them a little bit. There are some great examples of student work. In the second year, for example, we also now have a personal project where students can take all of the knowledge they have gathered throughout the first and second year and really apply themselves in a really high quality portfolio piece. That's really the point here. Getting coaching from teachers that specifically specialize in like making vehicles or environments or creatures and things like that. Yeah, so that's gonna that's really interesting, specifically in this very portfolio-based environment. Some other things that might be interesting to talk about as well is the internship.
Yeah,
because
the internship is in your third year, the final semester. Very important year. We have the group projects, and then in the last semester we have the internship, where every student works in a company, in a studio. Indeed, we have some great examples where students end.
It's already an older list, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's I think has been repeated with the other presentations quite a lot already, probably. But that's kind of the whole point of what we do here, right?
Being part of a team and working as a team member, as a fully team member.
Exactly. The curriculum is specifically designed to be like this funnel into that internship. Everything we do is made to prepare you for that. Getting a good portfolio, learning to work in a team, being an expert at your skills, and making sure that you can really be super productive in that environment. And nowadays, like we have tons of students throughout the world in our alumni network. We have students this semester that are on their internship, going all the way from, we got people working for American companies, we got someone in Japan. So we've got people all over the place. There's a lot of people that also go abroad in Europe.
Yeah, we highly motivate you to like do an internship abroad. If you maybe it's nice to know for the prospective students, but you also receive a grant if you don't earn money during your internship.
Exactly.
So that's also like a nice benefit. I think
Yes.
Can help you a little bit.
Yes, we like that's the whole thing. Like the internship, you have to find your own internship, but we provide a huge support network to make that happen. We get you into contact with people. We have the portfolio review evening. We do the Unwrap Career Fair. We make sure that you can get a grant with Erasmus. We can put you into contact with all the right people, considering we have this huge alumni network. There's many companies out there that have a DIA veteran in there, so that really helps with getting that first foot in the door and getting that first conversation going. I see another question there. My passion is more creating characters and assets, so I'm leaning more towards the soundtrack. That makes perfect sense. But I do want to animate my passion projects. That's why I'm still a bit on the edge between GGP and animation. So if you want to really focus on like making characters like come to life, then 3D animation might be more for you. Considering that you will also learn how to create 3D characters in 3D animation, you will learn how to rig them, you will learn how to animate them. 3D animation is really like character focused, and it's like almost all they do is characters. They also have 3D 3 and 3D 4 where they learn some more things on the rendering side of things, but whereas in environments 2, you're gonna get in game graphics production, you're gonna get a broader profile. You're gonna see a whole bunch of environments. You're gonna learn how to make game-ready characters, which is less of a thing in 3D animation, which focuses less on games. We're really game-focused. And you're gonna see some basics on how can I like pose and do some really basic idle animations for a character. But we're definitely not going to learn how to animate. Like getting those animations in there is not really something we touch on in GGP. Like some basics really to get the ball rolling, but because it's always nice if you like make your character and you can like breathe a little bit, the arms swing a bit. That's nice, but that's
the basic
rigging. That's very basic, and you're not gonna like you can make a simple rig that can do that, but like that rig is probably not going to be good enough to do a full game ready animation, for example.
Because we already talked about internships in the last year, maybe like a broader question. What future jobs could GGP students end up with? Is it like, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So a classic one for GGP is environment artists, right? So that's really where a lot of people end up, or at least somewhere in that region where they are making assets for environments, or a prop artist, or a vehicle artist, for example, or set dresser. That's someone who then takes all the assets and puts the story in there and dresses up the area. But also character artist, that happens every now and then. Sometimes even a concept artist, though that's more on the rarer side. It's also a very difficult field to break into. You have to be really good to be hired as a concept artist. But it's possible. We have a student every now and then that does it, so that's awesome. But also like a generalist, because you have so many different things that you know how to work with a game engine rather deeply. You know how the render pipeline works, but you can program a bit. You know some proceduralism. You know how to make stuff in Blender. You know how to make a simple character. So all of those things that's really handy as a generalist as well. So your skills are definitely usable in an indie setting as well, right? So if you want to go more general, you totally can do that. But there's also people who like focus really like, I'm going to be a material artist and like create tons of like super cool materials with substance designer. That's a thing. What else we got here? 3D sculptor. But also, and that's a thing that a lot of people have to really understand, all these profiles I just talked about right now, those are really like typical game profiles, but all of those skills are totally usable outside of entertainment. I wanted to ask
already, like,
so if you want to
related to the game industry, or are there skills
so if you're like, okay, I want to do something like that's broader than just the game industry, perfectly possible. Architectural visualization has benefited a ton from Unreal Engine lately. So you can create some super realistic renders and they run in real time. Go ahead. There's going to be a ton of architecture companies out there that would love to see you coming.
But same also with the medical.
The medical visualization fields.
Exactly. Automotive maybe as well.
Automotive as well. I'm actually supervising a student that's doing their internship at Ground Studio, who does automotive visualization and design. So that's definitely a possibility. But also, like, if you think about training and simulations, and if you want to have a VR training, someone needs to make sure this stuff looks realistic to a certain extent. So that's also what a GGP student is totally able to do. So anything really that has to do with interactive 3D, a GGP student can make it look good. That's really the point. And that can be games, that can be visualization, that can be archviz, that can be medical stuff. Cultural heritage is also a big one, like doing photo scans of a church, for example, and then bringing that into Unreal and making it into an interactive VR application. A GGP student can do that. So there's tons of opportunities there.
So nice to hear from you, Dries. I see
Yeah.
we have a question, and someone asked, like, at what point do we need to pick the track? Is it at the middle of the first year or at the end?
So you choose which major you want to do all the way at the start.
Yeah.
So you choose game graphics production at the start. And then when you... I think my pizza is ready. And then if you want to... and then your style or tech choice you'd make in the second year. So you don't have to choose immediately. You can really get a feel for it first. What do you like? Do you like the programming thing? That's kind of cool. I've never really programmed in my life, so I don't really know. And then you try it out. It's like, oh, that's super cool, and I want to do more with that. Cool, choose tech. Or you're not really sure about the whole drawing thing, and then you get into it, and you love, like, for example, in Game Art Fundamentals, we go a little bit more stylized, and you like making like this more whimsical, stylized 3D, and you want to focus more on that art side of things. Awesome. Then you can choose the style tech. So the style track. So feel free to experiment a bit in that first year. It's there to give you a bit of a range of different topics to snack from. You're gonna get a good foundation in a lot of those topics, and then you can really like focus and build that expertise in the second year, because that's really the goal, right? That first year of foundational knowledge, and then that second year of expertise.
And maybe I want to highlight, like, we had someone who's like still not sure if he wants to join 3D animation or GGP. If you want to change in the first year, do it as fast as possible. That is our advice. Like, within the first 2 weeks, make sure you are settled in the right major. Otherwise, it's hard to keep up, I think.
Yeah, it's true. Especially. Well, there are definitely courses that overlap, so it's not like you're going to struggle with everything, but there's definitely going to be courses that you're missing, because 3D animation is a thing in 3D animation, and then that course, I'm not exactly sure which one you would miss out on, but probably like Programming for Artists, for example, would be a course that you're missing out on, so you would have to like catch up the weeks that you missed. Which can be hard, especially in a tough curriculum where like there's a ton of information coming at you very fast. So quickly as possible is indeed the way to go.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Dries. Thank you for joining and all the information you've shared with us, with the students. Thank you so much for being here. Now we will have a short break, and we will entertain you with a small video. I think it's the environment video we've included. So see you in a bit, everyone.
Enjoy.
Hopefully. All right, we are back, and I have 3 students joining me for the student panel. I think it's the most exciting part of the hour we have. Maybe we'll start just with a short introduction. Maybe you can share a little bit about yourself and also why you chose the DAE program.
My name is Sten, and I'm a GGP student. I'm from the Netherlands, so it's not very far from Belgium. And I basically chose this school because it doesn't require a portfolio. So if you're still a bit unsure, you have not built a portfolio yet, you can join this school without having to spend thousands of hours to just be selected by a school.
Yeah,
So it's
because in
easy.
the Netherlands, a portfolio is like sometimes mandatory, I think, for some schools. Yeah, and indeed we are a public school, so everyone who has a diploma of higher education can enroll. Indeed.
Precisely.
Okay.
So hello, I'm Nore. I'm 19 years old, and I'm technical GGP student, second year, and I'm not splitting up my year. I'm from Belgium, and I chose to go to DAE because I wanted to find something in between, like something more creative but still technical. Because in my high school I had a lot of math, and I really wanted to do something more graphical. And I wanted to find like a mid-ground, so all my math wasn't going to waste, and I could still be very creative. So
Yeah, nice. Okay, nice. Yeah. All right, and then last but not least.
Thank you. My name is Astrid, and I am a second year GGP student. So in other words, my second IoT split here.
Mhm.
I have a style minor in GGP, and I primarily chose this education because ever since being young, I've kind of always dreamed about making games, and so I decided to give it a shot. Otherwise, I'm from Ukraine, so it's been a bit of a long journey here, but yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for all the answers. Maybe we'll start with the question how a typical day or maybe week looks like for you. Do you attend like a lot of classes? Maybe you join in as well in some groups. I hope there's some time as well for fun activities during the weekend or during the evenings. So yeah, we can maybe start. Go ahead. I'm curious.
A lot of time, maybe not in the first
You have
year.
to, can you
Oh,
hold your
sorry.
mic a little bit? Yes,
Yeah.
perfect.
The first year can be quite hectic. You don't have a lot of free time, at least in my experience. In the second year, you can decide if you want to split your second year in 2, so you have a bit more free time to also do some other stuff as well. What was the question again?
How does your weekday looks
Oh, yeah,
like?
yeah,
And
so-
are you taking part in some of the activities we organize here at Howest, the DIA specifically or not?
Sometimes I participate in the study nights, and I believe Astrid was a member of the study night team.
That's correct.
So if you want, you can talk something about the study nights.
Sure, I can add on to it a little bit. Study nights are a weekly occurrence here at Howest DIE, where students can both hang out, have a fun time, as well as study. So, in general, it's just a very nice way to keep in touch with the rest of the community every Thursday.
Indeed, the main goal is like to study together and help each other with assignments, but a lot of things are going on the same time. We have like different guilds who gather then, we have the board games group, or sometimes we invite people from the industry for a talk. So yeah, on Thursday evening is like a busy evening here at the level, and I think it's always nice to be here, especially as an international student. I think because okay,
A lot of cultures.
yeah. All right.
For me, I wanted to add that in Kortrijk there's a lot of like sports opportunity. So for me, every Wednesday I go to Howest volleyball, which is actually really nice. And I'm sure that any sport that you're doing in your country right now, you'll find like a club or a place in Kortrijk to do it too. I know, for example, like the bouldering club is also pretty popular right now. And something that's also really fun that I did a few times in the first year is that there's also a small place in one of our campuses where you can play music with your friends. There's like all instruments you need for it. So I definitely say like the first year is more packed in classes, so you'll have more hours on campus, and second year is more than on your own at home. But you definitely have time to do like your activities, even as a non-IoT student. You have time. So
I'm
it's
glad
nice.
to hear you say that because sometimes I've had a lot of panels already today, and it's good to hear that it's possible to do the track in like the 3 years and also like enjoy other activities as well. So
I do want to say like if you're gonna do it in 3 years, you really need to be prepared because it's a lot of time that goes into school. And for examples, I try to have time in the week to hang out with my friends, but then in the weekend I really lock in, go hours behind my laptop and try to catch up the time that I missed in the week. But it's possible.
I think planning is important. Then the planning is comes in. I think maybe we can share like planning tips I think planning is what I've learned from the previous panels is like planning is like super important here at Digital Arts and Entertainment. What is your approach? How do you manage it?
So I don't think I'm the best reference for it. But I want to say in first year, like they help you a lot with planning, learning how to do it. But what works the best for me is very simple. I just have a list on my phone, like it's just my notes app of to-do lists, and I really take it a week at a time. Teachers always tell you in class what you have to have done by next week, and it's just what I recommend. Write that down, make a list out of it, and just one at a time go check that off, and you'll be fine. Like just listen to the teachers is what I can say. That's
Also don't think I'm the right person for planning, but yeah, for me it's just a bit of a gut feeling. But again, what Noora said is the teachers make in front. They tell you what the deadlines are gonna be, and so you can work in advance. And sometimes I use a Kanban board where you have like planned, and then which is in progress, and then which is completed, which works for me.
All right, Astrid, and how about you?
I used to be in a very similar boat of not planning anything, if I'm being honest. However,
that's very honest of all of you.
However, last semester I tried to see how would it be to actually plan things out, and I'm not gonna lie, having an actual like proper schedule where it's like, okay, I do this at this time, I do something else in the evening, etc., really helps with like compartmentalizing the whole thing. And it helps you really plan out like, okay, when do you study? When do you have free time? Sometimes maybe those overlap because, what if you want to study together with friends and so on and so forth. It's way better than to try and keep it in your head. A simple, like, for example, Google Calendar layout already helps a lot.
I will maybe additionally ask a question to you, Astrid. Like, how many hours do you spend on an average per week on assignments? Because we have a lot of assignments going on for all the different courses. On average, how many hours you need per week?
Well, due to being IoT myself, I have half the workload that I would otherwise have.
Yeah.
Or I guess a little bit larger this semester because my split wasn't equal from last year. But in general, including the classes, it's about 30 to 35 hours a week for me personally. Depending sometimes on some administration stuff or when I have to crunch for a deadline. Can be 40, 45 hours. It varies. It all depends on how well do you handle working consistently and constantly. So like not having super huge period of time where you just don't do anything. Trying to get like something at least done every week helps to avoid that a lot.
All right. Okay. Thank you for your input. And maybe Noora, your input, because you're in a normal track. How many hours do you spend like normally?
So I wouldn't be able to put like an actual number on it,
difficult, I can understand.
but I'd say like 6 credit courses. So every course has an amount of credits, 3 or 6 or 9. And I think there's like a designated time to how much time you should spend on a course, including class hours. And I definitely just like stick to that. If the teachers like...
That's a good advice already as well.
I know a lot of people that like to put some courses over others, and I think that's also really good. But me generally, like, I don't really have one course that I like more than the others. I really want to be a generalist in 3D. So I try to spend equally as much time on my courses, and it works out well for me. I manage to do everything they ask of me every week, and as long as you stay up with the teachers, you're good.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. And Stan, what about you?
What
You
about
start
me?
laughing, so I'm curious already.
Just also kind of depends on your ability to follow like a certain course. If you're bad at math, then it's obvious that you spend a
should
little bit
involve-
more
of course,
time
indeed, yeah.
on mathematics.
But that's the good approach, because sometimes if you don't like, for example, the math courses, sometimes we have students who don't do a lot for it, and that's something you should like not do, I think. So what you say, I think, is very valuable for prospective students.
Yeah, because I'm bad at drawing, so I had taken a lot of time for pre-production where you have to draw a lot, and then I also had like a girl who finished the assignment in one evening.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because she is very good at it. Okay.
So yeah, it depends on your abilities also, I would say.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And I think the important takeaway is if you are if you don't feel comfortable with the course, you should invest maybe a little bit more time in it, and it pays off then.
And if you like the course, then the extra hours will feel quite naturally.
Yeah.
You would even notice it.
All right. Can I add something to that?
For I think one of the hardest courses in the first semester, like for what I heard from my friends and myself, is pre-production, which is drawing. And I know a lot of you will probably not have much drawing experience, and I want to tell you, I've never drawn in my life before coming to DAE, and I passed it like pretty well. And the reason for that is because my drawing quality was still not super, but I just went over what they asked me to do. Teachers don't really mind the quality that well before something like pre-production. If you spend a lot of time on it, they will let you pass. If they see they did more than what we asked, even if it's bad drawings, they'll see like, oh, they put the effort in, they'll let you pass. So yeah,
Okay.
definitely. Quantity sometimes over quality in this case. Yeah, exactly.
I think you have to pick your battles sometimes.
Definitely.
That's like the that maybe we can make as a conclusion. I saw some question in the chat, like, does any one of you like does a student job or has a student job along their studies here at Digital Arts and Entertainment? I had in previous panels, but
not me, but I have multiple friends who do, and it works well. I think there's definitely like English job opportunities in Kortrijk, although they're a bit more hard to find. But you can definitely do it. But if you do it, not in the first year, I think. I would leave it for the second year if you split up. But that can definitely help if you need like more money for.
I know that some students also went to Ghent for like a student job, because Ghent you have way more tourists than here in Kortrijk, because Kortrijk is a very small city. So that could be an
really
option
close,
as well. All right. Okay. Astrid, maybe what is your favorite course here at DIE? What course do you like the most and why?
Overall, I think that my favorite course, honestly, even courses that I've had while studying here at DIE, was the character creation course as well as the stylist creation course, which are some of the final courses you technically get in DIE because it's second year, second semester. I took them in my second year while splitting, but still was some of the most fun time for me because I really enjoyed making characters in general, figuring out how to bring a 2D illustration to life, to figure out how does it work in 3 dimensions, as well as how does this anatomical structure interact with each other, like how do the bones interact with the muscles and so on and so forth, and how can I optimize it so it runs in real time as well.
Yeah, okay, nice, interesting.
It's just a very compelling thing to do for me. And yeah, I've been kind of primarily focusing on characters ever since.
Okay,
So,
that's nice. Okay, and what about you?
So I said earlier that I'm more of a generalist, and that's also, it's kind of annoying for me because I wish I would have like one where I could try and excel at. But right now, I think there's also like options to just be a generalist, a 3D generalist. And
You like all the courses.
Yeah, exactly. I
That's
like
also
everything.
fair.
Technical, artistic, it's really nice. Yeah.
What about you, Stan?
Well, before I started, I wanted to become an environment artist. So Environments 2 was my favorite course, which I had been looking forward to it, which was also is given by Dries, who was just here. So yeah, I would say Environments 2, but I also like Gap, where you make your game asset-ready models to be used, for example, also in Environments 2.
Okay.
So they tie in well with each other, which happens quite a lot.
All right. Okay. Maybe we can dive a little bit more into like student life here in Kortrijk. Kortrijk is fairly small, like big partying. I don't think that it's not a big party scene here in Kortrijk. I see mixed mixed. Depends. Yeah, we have our own parties. We have the Halloween party with Halloween, and then at the end of the academic year we have the prom. How do you engage with the community? Yeah, I'm curious.
I'm not a party guy, so I'm gonna give the microphone.
Well, I am pretty much a party girl. No, but yeah, study night is amazing. If I would go every week, but sometimes I go home because I live in Belgium. But yeah, even though Kortrijk is definitely more of a quiet place to be. It's really nice because you have nice bars that you can go to. There's like some that a lot of DAE students always show up. And of course, yeah, the study nights, which is always very busy, especially like the themed ones like Halloween. I was so happy because in my high school there was never anyone dressing up, and now everyone was dressed up. So it's definitely, if you want it to be lively, you can make it lively. If you want it to be more chill, you can chill. So it's nice.
And how about you were part of the study night team until up to like a few weeks ago, I think. So you are also like very active in the DAE community, I assume.
Yes, I used to be part of the study night team for about over a year.
Okay.
And just recently left primarily because of some burnout and the whole thing. But otherwise, it was a really good time to help manage this whole thing. In addition to that, I also used to lead 1 or 2 guilds at some point. So
okay.
Yeah, help organize the Level Up Guild, which is the drawing guild basically here.
They come together on Friday afternoon, I assume?
Yeah. That's usually the meetup time. Yeah. It used to be a more consistent location, but it's kind of being worked out right now. But in general, yeah, I try to participate in the community as well as overall social life here as much as possible as a student over time. Although, admittedly, I'm not much of a party goer. Okay. Despite helping organize some parties, I do enjoy more so quiet hangouts with friends than I do big events, for which there are also a lot of opportunities here, actually. There's, for example, the Tarragon Club, which is technically not even a DAE thing. It's more of a Kortrijk thing in general, but it's often very much mentioned here in DAE, and it's basically a tabletop thing. So, like, if you like D&D, for example, or anything adjacent to it, awesome place to go. Tabletops in general. So, yeah, physical fun time interactions with people who you might have met before or may have not.
Okay.
And etc. So on and so forth. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I see we almost run out of time, but I have a final question for all of you. Like, if you could go back in time, like first year, to your first year, what would the advice? What advice would you give yourself? A very hard question, I know. Can we start with you, Astrid? Or okay.
The advice I'd give myself is don't pick 3D animation. Because I started out as 3D animation and then I switched to DGP.
I think it depends on your interests. Yeah, why did you switch?
The reason why I originally switched was because I didn't enjoy most of everything that wasn't animation in the course itself. So the other stuff that we were given wasn't really up my alley. And at the time, I was very much craving stuff for games. And I still do. That's the thing. I still enjoy animation. I just prefer to do the stuff for real time.
Okay.
I'm not that much on stuff that gets rendered out of real time. That's like, yeah. But outside of that, honestly, I think that in general, in the first year especially, you should be willing to try things out. If you feel like you'd rather try out a different major as soon as you feel like the one that you're on is not clicking with you, it's usually really easy to switch early on.
Yeah.
If you wait on it for a while, I think it's going to do more harm because I feel like if you're gonna switch quickly and then switch back, even if you don't like the other major,
Mhm.
it's still gonna be less work than if you're gonna wait half a
Mhm.
year.
Yeah,
So
indeed.
be daring. In general, just be daring.
Okay, thank you, Astrid. And
I definitely agree with that because I know a lot of cases where people decided too late and they couldn't get their money back. So I just want you to know when you start DAE, you don't need to be scared like, oh, am I not going to like this? What do I do then? Because there's definitely an opportunity to switch courses or switch schools. And there's a lot of fun things to do here in Kortrijk, other courses too. But yeah, if I could tell myself something, I think it would be to look at more art from other people, get inspired more, because I really wish that I like knew the standard of what everything should look like. And also, I wish I went to the study nights more, because now in the second year as a non-IoT person,
It's already your
it's more. It's definitely more busier. Second year is harder than the first year, in my opinion. So yeah, I wish I did that a little bit more. But for the rest, like, yeah, try to meet a lot of people. There's so many cool people here, and a lot of them are really good at and better than you at things. And it's good. Like, you should try and learn from them.
I think what you also are saying is like be part of a community.
Yes.
Find friends, find peers that have like the same interests.
Yeah, I mean,
that you have, because you help each other out.
Yes.
That's what I learned as well from the other panels. Is you help each other out with assignments. You work together. Even you don't compete with each other. You work together. So yeah, I think that's a nice.
Some healthy competition somewhere,
healthy
but
competition
you know,
is good. But
there's always group chats. There's a lot of like Discord servers also where you can work together and get help for courses. And studying together with friends is what I did a lot. Definitely in the first year, that helped me a lot to get motivated.
All right, thank you. And Sten, what about you?
I would also back up or make friends, also from people from a second year or third year, because they might have some insider knowledge who have already had the courses and might give some tips. But also, sometimes you have to just trust the process, because it's logic that your first things are gonna look quite shitty sometimes.
Of course, everyone is here to learn. So
exactly,
and like you mentioned in the beginning, you don't have prior knowledge of certain things. So everyone starts here fresh, I would say. But sometimes students have like prior knowledge of things, so that's hard then.
Yeah, and sometimes you make an environment and it's just cylinders and blocks, and that's your composition, and you got to have just the motivation and just the inside of it's gonna look good eventually. I just have to put in the hours.
Trust the process.
It's trust the process. It can be very demotivating.
Trust the process all the way, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Okay, we've come to the end of our student panel. I really want to thank you for joining today. Thank you very much. I think it's very nice for prospective students to hear your point of view. So thank you. I think, we can close this session. So bye, everyone.
All right, everyone, welcome back to our online open day at Howest Digital Arts and Entertainment. My name is Ali Weiss. I will be the host of this session. It is also our final session of the day. If you've been here since 9 a.m., please let us know in the chat. I don't know, but if you have been here all day, that's amazing. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Allie, I'll be the host, and this is Alexander Delagrange. He is the major coordinator of the independent game production major. Our last major of the day, and I'll pass it over to you to start off your presentation.
Wow. Thank you, Ali. Hello, everyone. My name is Alexander Delagrange. I'm the coordinator of independent game production. With this presentation, I mainly want to help you with your decision making if you decide to study digital arts and entertainment. So first off, what is it that we do in independent game production? It's that we focus on the product that is video games. A little bit different than the other majors where there's more a focus on a specific skill, such as art in video games or programming or making sounds for video games. We're not so focused necessarily on this main skill. We're more so focused on the end product that is video games. So with that, we focus on creating commercially successful games. If you can't put food on the table at the end of the week, that's a problem. We want to be able to make the games, and for that they need to sell. And that is a focus of IGP. And with that focus, another focus is that we focus on entertainment games. So if you look at the gaming industry and the amount of revenue that comes in each year, you can combine the movie and the music industry together, and it's not even half of what the games industry does. So it's just a large market where there's a lot of different opportunities, and it's also digital arts and entertainment. So, it's a nice match. And if you would like to do serious games or educational games, what we teach also translates over there. So it's not like, oh, I studied entertainment games, I can't make educational games. It's not what it's like. So we just have entertainment as a focus.
I have a quick question already, because I'm anticipating that some students will be asking the main difference between the independent game production major and, for example, game development, where they're seeing programming, or even game graphics production, where they're seeing a lot of technical art. Because it seems like in this major, you kind of you put your toes in many different ponds, so to speak. Absolutely. So what would you say is the biggest defining point?
So actually, it's as you can see on the slide, we're the game design major of DIA. So it's really about how does my game play, really thinking about the game itself. So we need art, we need programming to make those games. That's why we also see it. But we don't want to just create a directionless master of none. And that's where the game design is such a focus. And then we use the other skills as a way to basically make our ideas. So for example here, what slide are we on? We're here with skills that translate. So first off, we have the game design, we have the ideas, and then in order to make those ideas into real products, we need to be able to code, to make art, but also management. Like, how do I plan a production? What does a production look like in video games? There's so many steps before you even start the production of a video game before that you need to take. And that's also something we focus on. So learning to work in a team, how to communicate, not only internally with your team, but also to the outside world. I'm selling my game. How do I sell it to my audience? How do I sell it to a publisher, a potential investor? There's a lot of things that surrounds game development that we touch upon. So to facilitate the game making. Yeah, this is the button. All right, so this is what the curriculum looks like. Basically, if you complete all these courses, you now have a bachelor in DIA, in independent game production. And the first red part is the first year, with each row being a semester. So that's the first semester, second semester that we see. And if we now go to the next slide, then that is the second year. And then next slide is the third year. And if you go to the final slide, you can see something, and that is that we work with these numbers. So we work with something that builds up. We work towards a crescendo, let's say, of skills, where each course that comes before it is vital for the next skills that we teach. We don't just have separate courses that like teach an interesting skill. It's more so that we start with the fundamentals of something and then build up. So you see game design 1, 2, 3, platform development 1, 2, 3, 4. And so we work with these learning lines. So I'm just going to go into each learning line a bit to give an idea of what it is exactly that we see. So if we go to the next slide, you can see that we start in the first semester with game design fundamentals. We don't yet know how to make games, so we just have a theory course. It's general orientation, a little bit on like how can we talk about games, the definitions we use, different terms, different like what is a framework when we want to design a game. So it's very theoretical, and then in semester 2, the fun really starts, because that's where we're going to really go into the game design, making the idea and then making it into a game. We first start not even like with video games, but with board games. We'll make like we'll craft something, and it's really fun because we can quickly test out our ideas in a physical form before spending months on them.
Yeah, it's actually that segues into another question that I had about the actual medium itself. So I can imagine, so a lot of the IGP curriculum focuses around the design of the game. Does it have to be a video game, or can it be, is this program also for students who are interested in, for example, card games, board games, or other kind of mediums?
It ties into it, right? So, for example, right now, deck building games are very popular, and these are basically like card games in a video game form. So, like, you could easily transition to like a physical board game space. Design principles for games are universal, so they translate flawlessly. We just like at the end we execute it digitally in a video game form. But you could definitely start as a designer, game designer for board games or what have you. Design principles in general are a bit more universal. So it's not just in video games that you can go, but we have that as a focus. And the way game design 1, 2, and 3 is built up is that first we'll work in teams, and at the end make our first game in a team. Game design 2, actually it's sometimes more difficult to make a game alone, because then you need to make everything, every decision, every iteration, every playtest you have to do on your own. And then by the time that we reach game design 3, we've got enough game design that we can now specialize in something. And it's a bit of a portfolio course, because there you're able to choose an aspect of game design. So for example, let's say you really like strategy games, you can design an economy. Or if you like, let's say a Dark Souls game, you can design combat for a Souls-like. Or if you really like first-person shooters, you can do a level design assignment. So you have the freedom to experiment and specialize in your area of game design, since it's very broad. So yeah.
You mentioned economy. Is there any world building or storytelling also within IGP as well?
Yes. So basically anything that's in video games. So for example, sometimes it's drawing, like something completely different. You can see this in video games. We don't really teach you how to draw, but if you have drawing skills, you can implement it in the video games you make. So let's say if you're a storyteller, we for example have a student right now who's about to graduate, has a degree in film, and he can use the storytelling techniques in his video games. So it's very complementary, but it's not necessarily that we specifically have a story class.
Right.
Yeah, we really want to like play in on what the students bring to the table and really like enhance that. And you have enough freedom to use those things.
Yeah, I already see an interesting question in the chat, kind of feeding into the previous point that we discussed. So if I want to become a game designer in a larger studio, would it be better for me to study game development or independent game production? So specifically about also the size of the studio. That's a great question.
Great question. So if it's game design, then it's really IGP. We are the game design major. So our students, although we're called independent game production and the indie thing is really strong in our major, we have people that work for all types of company sizes. So we have people who end up at Larian or at IO Interactive, at Massive Entertainment. You can work, for example, as a manager, producer assistant in these big companies because they have different needs. And because we're a very like broad program, there's a lot of opportunity both in bigger and smaller companies. The difference is usually in the task. Whereas for a smaller or a bigger studio, rather, you will have to be specialized in a specific task. Whereas if you're in a smaller studio, you're going to have to take up a lot of variety of tasks. So yeah, this AAA thing also doesn't apply for game development because there we also can, use those programmers in an indie game setting. So it's not necessarily one or the other. And for a game designer, I would really recommend this major.
Speaking of game development, which is a very technical major, let's dive into the tech learning line.
Oh, what a transition. So yes, you need to be able to program in order to make your ideas come to life. And that's what we see in the platform development learning line. You can see that PlatDev 1 has a very large rectangle at the top. That's because we have a 9 study point course. So that's how important the programming is. We really start heavily on that course. And if we go to the next slide, we can see at the top left video, we work just in a 2D environment. We don't design a game. We just try to rebuild like a Flappy Bird or a Super Mario. And we learn all about, what's an integer, what's a float, what's a method. And we try to implement that inside of a 2D game engine using C#. C#, offshoot of C++. It's a common programming language, object-oriented, focused on gameplay programming. If there's one programming that you see the most here, it's gameplay programming. We don't necessarily go into all of the different aspects of programming. That's game development more for you. So from PlatDev 1, we move to PlatDev 2, and then we open up Unity. Unity is used in 90% of all video games out there on the market. It's a very versatile engine, and that's what we teach. But we teach it mainly fundamentally as how do engines work. So a lot of times, for example, now I have new indie studios and they want to use Godot. They can make the switch. Some of them want to use Unreal. They can make the switch. Unity is our focus where we teach the fundamentals because it's such a versatile engine. But by the end of this major, you should be like familiar enough with software that you can make the switch. So don't just be like, oh, I want to learn Unreal. IGP is not for me, or the other way around for the other majors. It translates pretty quickly. And then PlatDev 3 and 4 is really advanced Unity. So, okay, I know a bit how to program, but now how do I structure my code in a coherent way? Because gamers, like, they can decide one moment they're going to open up that door and they hit that character. How does the coding language, the different parts, the building blocks communicate with each other? For that, you need design patterns, and that's what we instruct in PlatDev 3. PlatDev 4 is focused on online multiplayer, because it's a completely different discipline, making online games as opposed to single player and even local multiplayer games. So we have a specific course that just like makes you dip your toe in so that if you want to make multiplayer games, you can start. It's a jumping off point, but definitely not the end of that. If we go to the next slide, that's the art learning line. This is also a little bit where I have my main background professionally. So for me, it's important that when we talk about our art learning line, that we make clear that we are not focused on making you the best artist you can be. This is not the focus. It's not that we don't have high standards, not at all. The point is more so, what does our game need? Does it need appealing graphics that look good, that can sell the game? That is far more important than you being able to sculpt pores at high detail and create these things of high fidelity. It's less important when you're looking at the scope of a big game. So yes, if we move on to the next slide, here you can see a bit of an overview. Very simply, semester 1, 3D 1 is a basic Blender introduction. Graphics fundamentals is a basic Photoshop introduction. So that way you have standard 3D tool, 2D tool, and now we can get to work in Game Art 1 in the second semester. And Game Art 1 and Game Art 2 are kind of tied to each other. Cedric does a great job of flowing through these courses, and it's really about creating assets. So assets that run well, are good optimized, are animated, have good textures. By the end, we use modern techniques. Previously, there were AAA techniques. Now they're common in indie development, like normal maps, like physically based rendering. It's all in there. And then Game Art 3 is kind of the crescendo moment. And then we are going to really focus on what we can do in an engine, how we can leverage the technology to create a good-looking game in an efficient manner, so that we use the tools at our disposal. We can use shaders, we can use all sorts of techniques. So we even see ray tracing and stuff. We cover a lot of how rendering works, how to make a budget, and then execute that so that later when you have your own indie studio, not only can you do it, but if you hire artists, you know what they're doing. And so you can be a better boss or manager for them, which is something that, if you've worked in the industry, maybe you've suffered from in the past.
Before we move on to the next learning line, I do see a really a great question in the chat that kind of feeds on the programming section that we talked about earlier. And it reads, because the overall job market is in quite a bad state right now, can I learn enough programming in this major to also program in different types of job environments? That is a great question.
Yeah, great question. So let me first speak on the job security part. So when it comes to job security, IGP actually scores the highest when it comes to the latest graduates. Like 80% is no longer looking for work, which means that they're either working or they're starting their own business or they're graduating further. So we do really high on that. For the programming aspect, it's so that it will depend on the person. You have some people, they walk in with previous experience, and then what we show really makes them jump off. And we've seen people end up at high-level programming positions. So it is possible. But if you've never programmed before and you walk into IGP, don't expect to be able to do the same as this person. But then it's your variety, for example, your knowledge of game design and programming that makes you so attractive to a studio, because you can speak both languages. So it's not necessarily always like, am I the best programmer that gets me the job? Mm-hmm. It's more so, can I speak with people? Can I execute the ideas? How many different ways can I be valuable for a company?
There's also an ongoing conversation, not only in relative to independent game production, but other majors as well, the generalist versus specialized kind of profile, which is better in the industry right now?
None is better. You have better game developers and you have less good game developers. If you have somebody who's an absolute insane specialist, that person will get a job anywhere. The value of a generalist is very different. So I myself consider myself a bit more a generalist because I'm able to walk into a game design part of production and as an artist have a good understanding of what the problems are. That's how I can become more valuable as an artist, because now we're just not looking through the lens of let's make it the best character. No, let's make it the best character that the player can feel that it looks good but also plays good. And so there's this intersection between all of the different disciplines that make you valuable in a different way. It's more so, am I a good developer or not? And this is really what distinguishes you. In general, I think game companies are shrinking. We're having now more and more small companies, which means that generalist skills are becoming more important than they were in the past, because we've moved from a very specialized industry to now a bit more broader again. So in that regard, I think we're actually very valuable, because most schools have a lot of specialist degrees. And so I think uniquely positions ourselves, but this doesn't mean that it detracts from the value of a specialist, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I see another question in the chat. Do not worry, we will come back to it. I will not forget, I promise. We'll keep on going. We'll finish talking about the learning lines in IGP, and then I promise I'll come back to your question.
So before we catch up on all the learning lines, I would also like have a small section, a minute, about AI, because I think that's also an important part we can skip through the slides in that in a bit. But the last but not least learning line, specifically when it comes to classes teaching you something, is the production learning line. And so game design, art, programming, this is all about making the game itself. But then to facilitate making a game, there's a bunch of other stuff that is needed, such as making a planning, managing a team, dividing tasks, marketing, making a business. There is all this other stuff that is surrounding the game, and this is a learning line specifically designed for that. So it's not a simple course. We take this very serious. If we move on to the next slide, basically we will go into Jira, Excel, a lay of the land of the Belgian games industry, the international industry. How do I break into the market? What are some of the success stories? What are the do's? What are the don'ts? That's production 1. Production 2 is really focused on how do I communicate? How do I hold a meeting with a team of developers? How do I maybe interview somebody for a position? How do I sell myself? How do I present? This is all very important, and that's production 2. Production 3, 4th semester, you've programmed a bit, you've made some games. Now you're ready to consider, do I want to start my indie studio? And that's production 3. We talk about entrepreneurship. We bring studios over, people who are doing it, who started their companies. They bring their experience. The teachers here have also been through startup stories. They have their own experience, and we try to warm people up and make the consideration, do I maybe want to start my own company? And that's a first dipping your toe into the big pond, which is indie game development. So if you move to the next slide, the rest of the learning line is basically just group work. So let me press this button. Yeah, there we go. So it's just all types of group work. How to work with a client. Game projects is how to work with the other majors, the other talent in there. And then group projects, if we move to the next slide, this is where we basically combine all of our skills in a 9-to-5, 4-day-a-week environment where we simulate a small game company of 6 people. And then if we move to the next slide, there's the internships. The internships. This is, so you can see there's like big studios on there, AA like Cybernetic, AAA like Larian, Salty Lemon and Moon Monster is like indie. There's a lot of different opportunities to go into the industry. If you take the next slide, you can see that we also have this pre-incubator program. And this is an alternative to your internship, something that I personally supervise together with the Flanders Game Hub. Flanders Game Hub is this initiative of the government that's responsible for connecting the games industry with education and with politics. So it's this big bridge. They're right across the street over here, and we put them in an environment where we have 4 months without taking on any risk, and we try to attempt to build a game studio. And then it's a matchmaking program, and at the end, we give you the advice of maybe you need another co-founder, or your idea is really good, but I would change this, or maybe this wasn't for you, and maybe we need to study a bit more, get a bit more experience, that type of stuff. And if you move to the next slide, you can see that we have a lot of different indie companies that have flown out of IGP throughout the years. And each year, these companies, the new companies, are better than the last because they learn from the companies that have been here. And so they're a bit of a community. So when you now get a start, you've learned from Abonnier and Hyperviper. They're right in there. You sit next to them. And you learn along the way in this big community thing. You're not competing over the same pie because it's so large. And this is one of the strengths that we have in DIA is the incubator space and the startup space. And this is only expanding. We're actually working on having a lot more degrees when you finish your education. So you can do a master. If you go to the next slide, there is startup school that we do. There's a lot of initiatives. We have close connection with politicians, and yeah, it's needed. We need money to be able to work all these programs. So it's really something that lives.
Yeah, really quickly, I also see, thank you so much for all of the questions in the chat as well. I see a question about the internship. Which notable companies have contacted you for internship opportunities? We have a list of larger studios, but also, I mean, many really wonderful indie studios as well. So it depends by, I guess, the definition of notable. But we've had interns at Larian, as noted before. We've had interns at Cybernetic Walrus.
IO Interactive.
Yeah, IO Interactive, Climax, Massive, Guerrilla Games, Vertigo, Triumph.
I started at Guerrilla Games originally when I graduated in like 2013, and so a lot of this stuff is just like we now have such an open gate to a lot of these companies. And the Rap Festival, which Ali helps organize, is a good opportunity to just meet these companies, and you can just walk in and speak to all of these different companies and then sell yourself. So it's really up to the students. We're already so embedded with the games industry that they don't even need to contact us. They know where they need to show up, and then they can meet our students.
A couple other questions as well. Let's see. I'm a student in games and multimedia. I'm going on Erasmus to DIE next semester. Yay, that's wonderful. We can't wait to see you. So my question is, if I wanted to do game design fundamentals and game design 2, will that be too much of a jump? And also, what am I missing if I don't plan on doing any of the programming courses? So more of an Erasmus-specific question. My lovely colleague, who is now in the technical room as well, we've been switching in and out all day. Yolene, she is responsible also for our Erasmus and exchange students. But what would you say to the student who's wondering if that would be too much of a gap for them?
Yes, it would be. But alternatively, because you're looking at a course in the first semester and the second semester, it's almost better to do a programming course, like the 9 study point platform development course. Because Game Design 2, we expect that you've had 2 courses plus all the programming courses. We really lean on all of these different courses that build on top of each other. So going from Game Design Fun to Game Design 2 is too big of a jump, unless in your school, of course, you've had Unity, you already had a bit of game design, making some games, then Game Design 2 can become possible. So it's really an individual thing based on a little bit what your background is.
All right. I think we'll keep on going. I see one more question, but I'll get to you soon, I promise. If we could go back there, we go.
So yeah, here you can see kind of all of the job possibilities. And a lot of times in IGP, it's really dependent on what the interests are of the individual student. So some people are really interested in the business side of things, and then that's something that they go into. Other people into the programming side. Then you've got these butterflies that just fly between everything. I think we have an example of that, of a student that's going to sit here in a bit. But so it really depends, but there's a lot of different opportunities, basically. If we move to the next slide, this is the big thing that I often get about, what about AI? Well, when it comes to our job security, as long as people buy games, there will be jobs. As in, somebody needs to, put out these games, and it's important to know that the games industry is so large, so many people are buying games. This is not going away anytime soon. It's very important to note that we do not ignore AI. We have a strong pulse on latest developments. It's been like that for the last 20 years. Digital arts and entertainment has always been up to date with the latest and greatest. We've done a good job at anticipating the future, and that's something that we have a lot of experience with. So we're in contact with what the companies are doing. We can kind of estimate what's going to happen, and you cannot do everything with AI. But in the end, in my career, I've noticed that with better tools, we can make better games with smaller teams. I think it's really to the benefit of the indie story, let's say. And it also gives you more options as a generalist. Maybe you don't need to fully have this skill. We can rely a bit more on AI in that regard, but now we can combine our different lenses together. So yeah. just wanted to have that in there. Yeah. The next one are some final hard truths. The big one, I think, if we skip kind of through all the points, is that math is important. Math is important. If you have a bit of a basis of math, it's just through the first semester. The computer does all the math, but if you get in contact with a dot product, you need to know what it is. So it is important. Also, making games, not the same as playing games. I love playing games. Turned out I love making them even more. And if you love video games, this is the major where that's actually a very strong strength, because it's part of you designing games. So we have a great community. It's a life-changing experience to teach at DIA, but also to study it, and it's something you can hear from a lot of our students.
Really quickly, I also see in the chat, is physics crucial for IGP? I can imagine, because the course is called Applied Math and Physics Fundamentals. That's a good question.
Yeah. So, great question. Quite simply, this is also how we can kind of differentiate game development and IGP. So, usually in IGP, we're not going to write our own physics system. We're going to take something that exists, like a plugin, a tool. We use, for example, like Havoc physics. Maybe you've heard of that before. You implement that in your game, and you have enough of a physics background to understand what all the different parameters do. And that's the difference between GD. GD, they will program their own physics, and they will be the ones making the tools. So it's more so that we give this basis so that you can work with the tools, not necessarily make the physics, if that makes sense.
All right. And with that, I think really quick question, though. It's a really great question. After finishing the bachelor's, what master's degree can I take?
Great question. There's a bunch of masters out there, like across the world. So in Europe, there's a bunch of options, but we have our closest connection with BUAS in the Netherlands, Breda University. So basically, you can here in DIA do your BUAS master. We have teachers that will follow up your master thesis, and then on Thursday you have to do the little drive to Breda. It's a couple hours driving, but we have a very nice connection. So if you're gonna do a master, that can be a good one. It's more research focused. But if you want to do a master in some game design degree, I know Sweden has a bunch of them. You could do that too. So the world is your oyster.
All right. So up next, we have a student panel. Two of our independent game production students, Sky and Rabba, will be joining us to share about their experience with the major. Thank you so much, Alexander. It was a pleasure to have you here. And thank you, everyone. Stay tuned for the student panel. We will be back with you in just a second. All right, everyone, welcome back. As promised, we are here joined by two students currently studying IGP, and Alexander stuck around also to give his insight about the major as well. Thank you so much for joining us. I always say that it's one thing to hear from us about what the study program entails. It's a totally different thing to hear from the students who are currently experiencing it themselves. As always, I saw there were so many nice questions in the chat already. If you have any questions for our students or Alexander, go ahead and put them in the chat. But first of all, welcome.
Thank you.
If you could just briefly introduce yourselves. What's your name? Where are you joining us? Where do you come from originally? And also, why did you choose DIE? And more specifically, IGP?
Well, my name is Sky. I am also from Belgium. I am from a little bit more up north. I'm from Bruges. And I decided to IGP because I want to actually make games and also learn about the whole business side and like maybe even making games professionally. And for me, I think because IGP is getting a lot compared to GGP, is that for me, GGP is more about just asset creation, whereas IGP is more about the entire pipeline of making a game, going from not a concept to maybe fully publishing it on Steam. And that is very interesting to me.
All right. Thank you so much.
Hi. So my name is Robbie, not Robba.
Oh no! You know what? When I said Robba, do you know the wheels were turning in my brain, and I was like, "That can't be right." Was I wrong this whole time?
No.
Okay. I'm glad that I wasn't wrong.
One letter difference of a Y instead of an E.
Okay,
anyway,
Robbie.
My name is Robbie. I'm from the Netherlands, so also not that far from here, from near Utrecht, if you know the place. I decided to study DAE because I always wanted to do something creative. In high school as well, I already looking into getting creative studies, and this one I found online and I thought it looked good. Me and a friend checked it out on an open day and we really liked it. For IGP specifically, I really like the game design aspect of it. I also already did economy in high school, so the business aspect of it interests me too. And besides that, I wanted to learn both art and programming, so it works out perfectly.
All right. And how about you? How did it start?
IGP?
Yes.
Well, it's funny. IGP originally started as kind of an offshoot from game development and game graphics. And then it was like mobile game development, and then it was serious games, and it had a lot of different iterations. When I joined the teaching team back, this was towards the tail end of COVID, IGP was starting to like inch a little bit more towards business, game design. And then the moment I became coordinator, I was like, okay, now we're just going to go all in on the indie entertainment aspect, because it's a large passion of mine to basically see people that graduate here have a ton of opportunities here in Belgium. I am a generational student who had to go abroad to find work. There were no job opportunities in Belgium. This has changed dramatically since then, but there is so much more room to grow. And the Belgian games industry has grown like every year now for the last 5 years, even though the wider games industry is shrinking. And for that, IGP has a crucial role to play. And this is the next generation that's going to change things. Instead of people having to go abroad, they will be able to offer jobs to the new people.
And it's okay if they go abroad too. However, what's really interesting is that the Belgian games industry, especially when we're talking about indies, has quite massively grown over the past couple of years. Very practical question, but I can imagine that prospective students are thinking about these things when they're thinking about maybe studying IGP. What does your typical day look like? / what does your week usually look like? What does the workload, where does that kind of land? Do you have time for other things as well? Do you find it challenging? How do you experience your week?
Yeah, so I'm in my second semester of my second year, which means I only have one more to go if things work out. Right now, my typical week, should I just go over my schedule or like my classes?
Sure, what your days look like. I think that would be really nice.
So,
because it's different at every school, so it's nice that they know.
True.
Yeah.
So in this semester specifically, on Monday and Tuesday, I have school from 8:30 until 6, but with a hour break in between, at least for lunch. That same for Monday, Tuesday. On Wednesday and Thursday, I have class from 2 until 6, and my Friday is free. But besides that, I do quite some work in my free time, but that's also just because I love working. But I still have time on Saturdays to play Minecraft with my friends sometimes. Like, we usually do like 2 to 3 hours in a row. On Sundays, also a bit more relaxed, still a bit of work, but you know, I like doing it. In general, though, it's busy, but it's, in my opinion, a good kind of busy.
I am in my 3rd year, so I don't really have any classes anymore. I'm in the middle of my internship with the internship program.
Congratulations!
I'm doing an internship with Alexander, which is very interesting. It's kind of learning how to set up a business, how to basically make games that are marketable. But I think what you guys more want to hear about is what the first few years of IGP. And I'd say, depending on how you work at home, your experience might be entirely different. There's a lot of people who at the beginning say, oh, let's just play video games at home, don't work, don't fall in that pit trap. Basically, just at home, do like 2 to 3 hours of work every single day. Even if you don't think it was that valuable for you, it's going to drastically help, especially towards the start in the first year. To like how classes go, I think from my experience, it's kind of a lot of running around in the beginning, but the later on in IGP you go, it's more like 4-hour blocks every single day. Just basically 2 4-hour blocks every single day. Kind of move between classes. It's not that much difficult. It gets kind of stressful, but as long as you work at home and keep up with your assignments, don't forget about your deadlines, you'll be fine.
How have you made it work? Because you have mentioned that you've mentioned that you work a lot and that it is a bit of a demanding curriculum, not to scare anybody, but just in full transparency. How have you made it work? How do you navigate the workload? And are there any tips and tricks that you could give to potential future students?
I'll speak for myself. I don't know how Robbie's feeling about this, but for me, you have to kind of love this. If you don't like this, you won't enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, you won't do it. Because I mean, I have a background in arts and programming and like a bunch of other stuff. So like for me, it's like, this is just it. This is the dream. I love playing video games. I love making them. And if you don't love it, you're just going to get bored and you're going to burn out.
Yeah. I fully agree with what Sky says. Like, as I said before, it's a good kind of busy because I like the work that I'm doing. The assignments that we have are fun. And even though it's busy and it can be stressful, sometimes you still push through. And how I make it work myself is that I study a lot with my friends. Like from the first semester was still figuring out how, you know, living in a dorm works and the school. But then afterwards I started gathering some friends. We studied together a lot. And then and that, like, you can push each other through it. Together you work on those assignments. Like right now I'm with 2 other friends who are doing the same course as I am, same schedule. And on off days, we always just sit together and work on those assignments. And eventually, even when you're a bit down in the dumps, it works out in the end.
I think I wanted to mention one more thing is don't compete, work together, especially with friends. I think it was mentioned earlier as well. It's the whole game industry relies on helping each other. Don't say, oh, that person is better than me. I don't like them. I want to be better than them. No, just say, walk up to them and be like, how are you doing this? How can you do this better than I do? And learn from each other, work together.
That's a really great piece of advice. Definitely. You had mentioned that it's really important to be helping each other and to ask for feedback from fellow students. Do either of you consider yourselves an introvert? No. Okay. The reason I ask this is because many of our students or prospective students, they hear that and it kind of intimidates them a little bit, or they're like, I don't really need that so much. But it is really important. And even from the most introverted students, the importance is still really highlighted. So I'd like to hear more about your experience with that.
If I can talk about myself, in high school, I was the biggest introvert. Back of the class, not talking to anyone, just drawing in my sketchbook all the time. The moment I got here is like you get surrounded by people who love doing what you want to do. And that makes you want to talk to them. Also, I'd say I pushed myself quite a bit to talk to more people. They have study night events here. That is every Thursday evening. People just come here, work. You can ask feedback from other people. You can have a drink, very casual. And that helped me kind of like be more open, talk to people. And I think that's very important. You'll learn how to be an extrovert because you kind of need that to survive.
Yeah, same. I was always a bit of an extrovert myself, but when I first came here, I was still really nervous about everything. Like I can make friends, but I'd have no idea how to approach people. But then I started, I got introduced to a couple of people. Did we mention the buddy system?
Not yet, but that is such a good addition, Robbie. Yes, explain it. Please do.
So, for international students here, we have a buddy and pal system. This is that current first, second, and I think third years?
Yes.
Well, yeah, people going into second or third year can form a buddy group for new recruits, let's say. So, for example, I formed a buddy group with 2 of my friends, and then you go into a Discord server and you like make an introduction for yourself, and then people who are going to join DAE join in, and then they look at those introductions and think, hey, I might want to interact with this person, or I might want to join their group. So then people approach you and you join their group, and hopefully they help you out and start up your DAE, years. Well, like that's what happened to me as well. I joined a buddy group with, I think there were like 5 other people in there. And because of that, I got connected to other people, and then they connected me to other people, and so on and so forth.
And it's something automatic for international students as well. So if you are an international student, you are automatically included in that buddy system. If you are a Belgian student also, and you feel like you really need that, you would really benefit from being part of a buddy system, it's also okay to reach out as well.
I highly recommend it.
A great example. I just see a question in the chat that's interesting that says, how much creative freedom do you get for assignments or projects that you have to make?
I would say a lot, especially a course that Alexander teaches, Game Arts. It's basically you have a goal that you want to reach, and besides that goal, you can do whatever. There's an insane range of like art expression that I see, at least. Like it comes from like really simple stuff, but like really nicely done and effective, to like way too overly complicated stuff. But it still gets that job done, and people can like put as much effort as they want into it, as long as they can reach that goal that the teachers expect of you.
Yeah, and even in courses where you still get like an assignment, for example, client projects. I don't know if that was mentioned before either. Yep. Even in client projects, even when you do get a client assigned, you still have pretty creative freedom over what you actually make for them.
It's the indie spirit, right? We have to have creative people who can develop themselves. So we try to, sometimes you can gain points by doing extra stuff. So it's not defined as you need to do this, but if you can show us something that is valuable, that adds to the overall assignment, that shows that you're a creative thinker. So yes, we try to enable that as much as possible, because as an indie studio, nobody tells you what to do. And that's also difficult. Yeah, hopefully.
Well, in class, it's a different story sometimes. Sometimes you do have kind of like assignments with fixed criteria and protocols, but some are very open-ended. So it does depend on the exact course that you're talking about. Speaking of courses, I always like to ask this question about your favorite course that you have taken at DIE so far, in this case, the independent game production major. Your favorite one, or your favorite one to teach, and as well as one that you found challenging and how you navigated that.
Wow, that's a really tough question.
I know. If you need some time to think about it, that's okay.
I mean, I can go in a general direction at least. Like, I prefer the creative aspects over the programming. I also really like, the business aspect and the game design aspect, but my favorite thing to do lies in game arts, which Alexander teaches. Like previous year, Game Art 2 is more focused on, as you said, like character creation, I suppose we call it. And now we're learning shaders in Unity. It's just like so much you learn and so much range in there. Like it's just really interesting to learn new things to go in the art direction. And yeah, as I said before, programming, not my strong suit. It's still really interesting though, like even when it's difficult. And it's going to be very beneficial if you do eventually like form your own studio, because you got to do a bit of everything as well.
I'd say that kind of similarly like to Robbie. It's like I also do really like the creative side, and I think then I don't really. It's hard to choose between two courses for me. It's game design and game art as well. For me, game art is very fun compared to like the more technical courses. It's like you have the programming side, but then you have game art, which is more like relaxed. You kind of like, I mean, not relaxed, but more as in like you can actually like express yourself more, because programming is like, oh, it either works or it doesn't. Whereas in the creative aspect,
it goes back to the creative freedom question, I think.
And then game design is, I'd say, it's challenging, but it's like I like puzzles, so like it tickles my brain in like a way where it's like I really like this. So yeah, I'd say that my two favorite courses would be game art and game design.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult because I don't follow any courses. Teaching courses, I mean, I've taught also across majors, so I've mainly been involved actually in the GGP curriculum in the past. But I can maybe say why I love this job, and it's mainly so I can work with young people and help them on their career. Maybe sometimes show them stuff that I wish I would have known when I started out. So it's really awesome to also see what they then do with this energy you give them, and what they can get out of it and actually change their lives. And then now I have students that I taught like 10 years ago, and now they tell me like, oh, this one thing you said, it completely changed the way I looked at things. And then I did this and that, and I'm like, wow, like yeah, that is the thing that is still so trippy, and I love the most about this job. And if there's one course that's actually in the ship right now, this gives me so much energy. I love my art courses, but the Indie program, because that's where I can see the beginning of new businesses, of young talent, potential. Yeah, that gets me going.
All right. There was one more question about internships, I believe. So there was exactly. So there was a question about the possibility of summer internship. So the internship semester is the final semester of your studies here at DIE. Sky is now currently in their internship, which is very exciting. Is there a summer internship? Not technically. So within DIE, we have two different options for the internship. Either you conduct it in the fall semester, so that is from September to the end of January, end of December, beginning of January. And then there's the spring semester, which is from February until June. So those, because the internship works with the academic schedule and the academic calendar, we need to stick with those dates specifically. However, if you find a summer internship possibility, something that you find really interesting, please do it. Keep your mind open to these things. Although technically we cannot count it as the formal finalized internship for your DIE curriculum, we really advise students to look for those external opportunities as well, because sometimes it can help you make a portfolio piece. It can help you refine things. It gives you kind of like the edge sometimes. As well. So I would really recommend that. The one thing about internships is that they can slightly change. So if for example, there's a student that starts a week earlier, a week later, that's okay, but the summer period is difficult.
Maybe to pick in on that, let's say if you have a company that wants you to work there over the summer in a student job, this can be a great opportunity to get your foot in the door. So I've seen this with students who like had the opportunity, they got this student job, the company got to know them, but they still had to do their internship, and then they could follow through into the actual, course internship and then finish their degree. So that they did kind of a summer student job that helped them get into a company. So it's kind of yes, but it's not officially in the curriculum.
Yeah, that can also be a possibility where you start over the summer and then you continue under the internship contract starting from, for example, September. There's a question about working also during your studies. Do you work? If yes, how hard is it to combine your studies and work? Do either one of you work alongside of your studies?
In my first few years, I had a web development job that was kind of ingrained with my family, which was very fortunate for me. So I could kind of like, whenever I had time, I could work on it, which was very hard at times, especially like in my second year. Like I barely had any time for it because like the courses were just a lot of work and like a lot of time after school. But I'd say if you want to, it's possible, but it's at your own risk. That's what I would say.
We usually say that it is possible to have a student job, not a part-time job, but a student job on the side. But what you should know is that the planning is very, very, very important because it is a lot to juggle at the same time. So often what we say to students is see how the first semester goes. See how the first year goes, if that is possible for you. Of course, every situation is different, and then see to combine the two. So the answer is yes, it's technically possible, but there are some things that you have to take into consideration.
DIA is a full-time job. And yes, you have more room, more time, so a student job is easily combinable. If you need to work to sustain yourself, and it's more than just working on weekends, you could, and this is not what we recommend, but you could do it in 4 years instead of 3. Gives you a little bit more room. We do our best because we have a lot of times where the same course is taught several times throughout the week, where we, for example, if you have a job and you also have classes on that same day, that we can move you to one of the other classes so you can still follow along. So we try to help you as best as possible, but in general, if you can have a focus fully on DIA, that is what we highly recommend.
I see our time is almost out. Time flies when you're having fun talking about IGP. I would love to ask, and this is also a slightly difficult question, but if you could go back in time and give yourself advice or words of support or really anything, if you could tell your former self anything about studying DIE or studying IGP, what kind of advice would you have given yourself?
That's a difficult one.
Or what? Yeah. I'll phrase it differently. What advice would you give to prospective students?
I say at least for myself, I would have just told myself, go for it. Don't like just do it. Like you want to do this, do it. If you're second guessing it, then heavily consider the other ones, because this is like quite a tough course. It's like you have to know how to do programming, you have to do art, you have to do game design, you have to do the business side. It's a lot of stuff on one plate. But if you really want to do this, I'd say go for it. And yeah. That's
awesome. Thank you, Sky.
Very true. I, for myself, like, and we're talking especially like in my first year, for one, ask for feedback. I did that way too late. But with feedback, you're going to get better. And even though it's scary to talk to teachers sometimes, it's very necessary if you want to get good at what you do. And also, don't overthink too much. I still have the struggle where I think of something I can do, but then I don't get around to it just because I'm too scared to start it. Just try it out. If it doesn't work, you can always pivot. You can always backpedal. Also, especially when you already know you're going to go to DAE, but you're not that experienced yet, like just as I was, just already try to start looking online for any kind of tutorial. Anything's going to help as, well, probably not everything, but a lot of things are going to help no matter what it is, as long as you're kind of falling into the programs that we use. Yeah, just don't be afraid to try things out.
That's there's also a question, sorry to interrupt, about learning a bit of programming as preparation before studying here at DIE, and is C# or C++ a better choice?
I think I'll take that one. You can go ahead. Yeah. I just have a general advice. But go ahead.
No, I was quite fortunate because I had a lot of experience within C#. Because of high school, I learned how to do that. But from my experience, you don't need to learn it. It's useful, but they basically build you up from the ground. They build you from the ground up. But if you want to, I think, because like especially later on, you'll start using Unity a lot, Unity and C#. There's this website called Cat-like Coding that I like referring to a lot of people that have simple tutorials, easy to follow, and just kind of dip your hands, your fingers into that coding and see if you like it. Because if you don't, you might want to consider another major.
Yeah, absolutely. So the internet is full. You can, if you find a good teacher that you jive with, even if it's just online, just be curious, and specifically like to the C++ being a better choice. It's you have like different tools, you know, to use a hammer to screw in a nail, or you know, it's the tool you want to use. So C# is an offshoot of C++. C++ is really good if you want to do low-level programming, going deep in the engine, changing how stuff works. C# is great for gameplay programming. So for Unity, it's C#. C#. And if you have a bit of C++ knowledge, cool. If you don't have it, it's okay. In the end, the gamers won't ask you, hey, what programming language did you use for this game? If you can make the game, that is most important. And if you want to like already prepare a little bit, I highly recommend Unity's own learning paths. You can look up Unity Education learning paths, and there they have a track for programming. They have one for art and even one for VR. And you can just follow along that path, and it's very like shows you each step, and that will give you a fantastic introduction, because it's more than just programming. It's the engine that we're about to make tons of different games in. And if you just have that as a basis, I would say go and look there, have a look.
Also, maybe also to build up on that, the language is it's not really that important. It's the way you think. Very much in programming, it's like you can learn any language and you can transfer it over to any other language. It's just the way that you process like data and like the code and how you work around that. That's way more important than learning a specific language.
Very right, but not all programming teachers will say that. Some are C++.
Any words of advice for our prospective students out there thinking about maybe studying IGP?
Yes. So, I mean, I think what Sky and Robbie said holds a lot of truth. So work in team, ask feedback. But I think the biggest one that I keep repeating to students is you are here to fail. Education is a safe environment for you to make mistakes and to learn from them. So if you feel like, oh, I'm stressed out, I won't do a good job, what will the teacher think of me? We've all done it. We've all screwed around. We've had nights where we didn't meet the deadline and it didn't work out. Don't go in hiding and be like, I hope they forget about me by the time I show my face again. Please just be open with us. We're here to help. We know what it's like. And our courses in the beginning, the stuff that you'll make won't be that impressive, but it's all part of the process. And by the end, you'll have somebody who's daring to fail, because that's what you need to do as a business later on. If you want to make a successful career, you need to want to be able to take that jump, and that's what's going to bring you further. So yeah.
All right. And that brings us to the end of the panel. So thank you so much, Robbie, Sky, and Alexander. That takes us to the end of the major independent game production and to the end of the entire online open day. So if you've been here today, if you've been following any of the other majors, thank you so much for joining us. It's been such a pleasure to have you all. Take a look at our website and discover the other majors as well. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Myself and Yolene, who is in the technical room right now and has also very much been a part of this day. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy your weekend, and we will hopefully see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.